Hello, good morning and welcome. This is Channel 1 Television broadcasting live from our studios here at number 5 Owula Hansen Lane, Tessano in Accra. My name is Nana Boateng and you're watching our live coverage of the ministerial veterans. The President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has made some nominations to key ministries as part of his promise to name his cabinet within the very first 14 days of his presidency. And so the Appointments Committee of Parliament subsequently has to vet these nominees, approve them, and send their report to the plenary for a debate on their approval so that they can eventually take up the positions at the various ministries. I'm not doing this alone, of course. I'm here with the host of the City Breakfast Show and the Point of View here on Channel 1 TV, Bernard Avle. Good morning.
Good morning, Nana Tufo.
Yes. Good to have you.
My pleasure to be here. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Interesting session yesterday.
Yes, please.
We are hopeful for a more improved session today.
Certainly.
The dynamics for me, I'm thinking might change a little, especially when the women nominees come in.
Yes.
But the committee is set to start with Ahmed
Ibrahim, MP for Banda, who's going for local government. A very important ministry. It used to be local government, rural development. Now it's local government, Chieftaincy and traditional affairs. So it's a big ministry with a man who's in the leadership of the minority at the time, majority leadership. First nominee from Bono proper. So that yesterday was Ahafo. So it's going to be interesting to see MP for Banda, how he's going to perform. That ministry is very consequential in how government works. So we'll be interested to know what he will say. And I think that he'll get a lot of questions today. Yeah, especially at a time where we know that people are also vying for MMDCE. Exactly. So a lot that's going on is most of these MMDCEs will work directly with him. So we will be keeping an eye on the type of questions asked and what his mind is and how he coordinates and plays along with everybody else. Today, as you said, is the first day for a woman to be vetted as well. We have two women coming. Naa Momo Lartey for gender.
Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare.
So it's going to be, as you said, interesting to see how the committee reacts to these two women as well. So we hope that the histrionics of the arguments before the real vetting does not repeat itself. Because yesterday we started at 10:45. The vetting proper started at 12 o'clock. So 1 hour.
2 hours or so on this preliminary argument and all that.
So we are really hoping that they will get their act together. The better collaboration between the majority and the minority. The chair and his ranking member have not found a way to work.
Exactly.
And I think that's unfortunate. It doesn't help the process at all. So we're hoping to see that as well. Also hoping for better questioning. Yesterday, the Rules Minister was vetted thoroughly, as the Agric Minister was. The Education Minister's vetting was very brief for reasons we are told because it's leadership. We think these portfolios are very important and the vetting must be thorough because the vetting is not only to test the suitability of the person, but also to know his mind for the ministry. And I think local government is very, very critical. So we hope to see a more thorough vetting of Ahmed Ibrahim than we saw for Haruna Idrisu yesterday.
Well, one thing that stood out for me yesterday was regarding the responses by the various nominees. It's as though they were all hinged on their party's manifesto and not their personal policies. Obviously, their policies will have to fall in line with the party's manifesto, but we didn't get the clear vision of the individuals going to the ministries.
It looks like this year the presidency is going to be very important for what happens. The manifesto is just a group of promises. The key thing is the policy direction and the prioritization. So what I suspect is a lot of these people who are advisors to the president, whether Valerie Sawyer for governance, Guzitano for training for economy, they will liaise between what the manifesto says, what the directive principles of policy and the NDPC have to say, and what the president's priority is based on. And I think that liaison work will then go into how the ministries prioritize. But for some of the ministries, the problems are already clear. For like education, we know free SHS review to make sure it works better, double track must go. Some ministries is very clear. Other ministries are local government is where you're right. We need to find out, is it what the manifesto is promising? Does the president have a priority? Does the person have his own agenda? We will look out for that as well in this vetting for today.
Well, even before we get into today's session, we know that the president, this dawn, made some appointments to his office as well.
Yes,
so briefly, we can just take a bite at that and then come to it. Joyce Bawuah-Mokhtari.
No surprises there.
No surprises there. Although some were expecting it to be going to the Foreign Affairs.
So we understand there's two names that were lobbying, or I won't say lobbying, that were being touted for that role. Joyce Bawuah-Mokhtari and Okucheto Ablakwa. For now, we are told Joyce is the presidential advisor and special aide to the president. Mind you, some advisors were already appointed. Valeria was appointed senior advisor for governance. Then Gusitano was appointed advisor for 24 economy and accelerated export development. Then we had Prosper Bani, presidential security or national security advisor. Those are statutory. In this new group, we have special aide to the president and special advisor Joyce Bawuah-Mokhtari. And we have two other advisors. Seth Tekpe, former Minister of Finance.
On the economy.
And then we have Professor Francis Dodu for National Anti-Corruption Program. We need clarity on the second one.
Exactly.
On the economy, it already exists. We know what that is. Then we have the Deputy Chief of Staff, Stan Dogbe, for Operations, Nanaoye Bampoado for Administration. Very interesting appointment, Lieutenant Colonel Lartey.
Yes.
Special envoy to the Alliance of the Sahelian States. So this is Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. 3 countries who have left ECOWAS. It looks like it's a mediation appointment for Mahama to try to see how to work with them outside the ECOWAS arrangement. If to bring them back, we are not sure. Nanaya Jantoa and Bernice Anangfio are staffers.
Presidential staffers.
We need more clarity, although we know where staffer is. Yes. And then Shamima Muslim, Deputy Presidential Spokesperson. So
she deputizes Kwachi Ofosu,
who we believe will be given a ministerial nomination properly. That's why it's acting spokesperson. And then, of course, Professor Danso Bafu, who chaired the Manifesto Committee, Secretary to Cabinet, which was a point.
An issue yesterday Afenyo Makin raised regarding the cabinet, formation of cabinet, and whether there was a cabinet secretary and the legality of the appointment.
So I think they've done this to address some of those. So the 10 added to another 4 security appointments, and then the initial 5, Julius Debra, Chief of Staff, Kalisus Mahama, Valerie Soya, Guzitano, and then Kwachi Ofosu's name. So in all, about 20 for the office of the presidency.
Interesting. And then also it's the expectation that a final list of ministerial nominees will be made public in Parliament today.
We actually know the number because the president said he will give 60. He has 13 regional, and he has 12 ministers. That's 25. So he's expected to add 35 more, of which possibly 11 or 12 will be ministers.
Will be MPs.
No, ministers.
And
then there will be deputies.
Sector ministers.
Because he reduced the number of ministries from 30 to 23. And he's named 12. So you expect that he will add 11. And these 11, we believe, are known. Transport, Foreign Affairs,
Defense.
Interior, Defense, Works and Housing, and a couple others, which are supposed to bring the number to a total of about 23. Right, then from there we see where the deputies will come. What we're told is that usually the ministers have to be approved before the deputies are sort of appointed or nominated, because we are also told the deputies sometimes in consultation with the minister. So the heavy one is the Foreign Affairs and Interior and Defense. Those are very important, as well as Works and Housing, Transport as well. Then he hasn't named his sports minister yet. Even though he's created a minister for what do you call it? Youth. I also think there's employment, and jobs. That ministry has not yet been named, and I think a couple others. Communication has also not been named. So there are some big ones coming.
Yet to be
hopefully
named.
by close of day today.
Right. So today, Parliament, it looks like the Appointments Committee has a timetable.
Yes, please.
For the vetting, and it looks as though they are doing 3 per day.
Based on the average time it takes. If we've seen a pattern, the first one is very long. Cassia was long. Agboja was long. Second one is short. Short for John Jinapo, short for Aina Idrisu. Then the third one is also long.
Ayene, and then yesterday, Eric Opoku.
So I don't know whether they'll follow the same pattern, because today who's going first? We have the Minister for Local Government, Nominee. Then you have the Ministry for Gender, Naa Momo Lartey. And then you have the Trade. So we are not sure if they'll follow the same pattern, where they spend a chunk of the time vetting the first person. The second one has a shorter period. I'm not sure whether that's a pattern we can establish by 2. I think these are 3 very critical ministries. Trade is very important because export development, trade. It goes to everything, job creation, economic stability, currency. I mean, I'll tell you this. One of the big questions the Minister of Trade has to answer is the question around export proceeds. We've had a positive trade balance for a few years. It's not translated into a forex balance which is positive. We are always still struggling for USD, and our currency is under pressure. So it's a very important ministry. Local government, I don't need to explain. Gender is critical because that ministry works a lot of international bodies. And for a long time, the ministers have not been given, either for some reason, like Ajwa Safu, she wasn't around. The funding issues have been challenging. So I think today's ministries to be vetted are very important. And there has to be a lot of thoroughness in the vetting. So we're keeping a close eye on how it goes.
Trade, I agree with you. Even now more so that agribusiness has been added to it.
So it's broad.
Very broad.
Trade, industry, and agribusiness. Particularly because if you look at our export portfolio, most of our exports, non-traditional exports, are agribusinesses. So apart from gold and cocoa and timber, most of our exports are agribusiness related. So whether it's cashew, whether it's pineapples, whether it's mangoes, whether it's even coconuts, they are all in the agribusiness space. There's a growing market for our agribusiness products. Yam is one of those. And then when it comes to value addition, so whether they are roasting the cashew, they are adding a bit of chocolate, you get it. So the agribusiness is critical for trade. If you look at the work that the Ghana Export Promotion Authority does, apart from textiles, a lot of the export products are agribusiness in nature. Number two, trade agreements after. We speak a lot about it. We are not seeing a lot of movement. She has a big job to do. I hope they grill her thoroughly on her agenda for this. And of course, issues around foreigners in retail trade, whether it's spare parts dealers, all the retail sector is very, very interesting because it's evolving. Now you're having large multinationals coming in, China malls of this world, and we have these traders who are saying, we want some sectors to be reserved for us. There's also issues around cement production. A lot of these companies are trying to get better tax deals.
And even the tariffs there.
Look, your trade minister is also a diplomat. Because at the international level, trade is law and economics interplaying, and we call it economic diplomacy. So we have to be taking trips to Geneva with the WTO and the rest of it, working with people in our phytosanitary side. It's a huge industry. I sincerely hope she's ready for it, and I hope the committee does justice to the key issues she has to deal with. All right? Alan was a previous trade minister. He was trade minister for a long time. It's always a high-profile role. Haruna was trade minister. Katie Amo was trade minister. She's been an MP more than once, formerly Minister of Tourism and Culture. I suspect the way the president is going about this, we're also seeing regional balance. So, for example, so far, he's given Upper East the deputy AG, Savannah is energy, education is North, local government is Bono, Agric is Ahafo. Then you have Greater Accra, gender. Volta has two. Tourism and roads. Then you have, so I'm talking about substantive sector ministries now. So Eastern has not been given a fully substantive minister yet. Neither has Ashanti. I think OT as well is expecting a full minister. As will Western North.
Central has finance.
Good. And then we're also hoping for Western. We understand lands is going to Western. So there's a lot of calculations going on. So she's the Bono East minister, but the next person is the Bono minister. If you look at local government, MP for Banda, which used to be Tain.
So then that means the three regions for the Bono area have been covered.
The three. Agric for Ahafo. Local government, trade for Bono East,
and then local government for Bono.
So you have Northeast left, Upper West left, Western North left, Western itself, OT, Eastern and Ashanti. That's 7. And you have 11 positions. One man, one row.
Interesting. Maybe at the end of all this vetting, it will be important for us to look at the vetting of 2017 as against this particular vetting. And then we can see how it went, because it looks entirely different if you ask me.
It's a different parliament with a 2/3 instead of a 50-50.
50-50.
In the 2017 was not 50-50, but I still think they found a better way of working. It looks like the committee is set.
The committee, the prayers have been said, but I do not see the nominee seated.
Okay, so we probably wait a few minutes more.
Yes.
Patrick Boama is there. We can see the committee. And the other point you need to know is, so what they do is that they invite sector specialists.
Yes.
So the committee itself is only 11.
Yes.
But what they do is that, for example, for education, they bring the people who will be on the education committee. So I think there's a local government, and then there'll probably be a chieftaincy or something committee where the people who will be on the minority and majority will be co-opted.
Right.
Right. So it will be interesting to know.
And that's why you see people like Martin Ejime Sakosa.
Wonderful.
There.
So he is the former local government minister, who I believe will be the key guy on the minority side on that committee. And so it's going to be interesting to see who else will come in on their side and on the MDC side as well.
Following from that, this morning I listened to Professor Canton.
Yes.
And he suggested that some sector-specific specialists or experts be co-opted to be able to ask some. I think it was a fantastic suggestion.
I think the whole point has been that because of the speed of the process, public memoranda has not even come. So generally speaking, the public are invited to send memoranda to the committee, but for this year it wasn't done.
Right. Well, the nominee has been invited in, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. And so it's now time to take you to Parliament to join the Appointments Committee.
Honourable members, let me use the opportunity to apologize for the late start of the vetting. We scheduled to start at 9 o'clock, but owing to some intervening circumstances, we had to reschedule to 10 o'clock, and eventually it's about 11 that we are starting. So on behalf of the committee, I sincerely apologize to our revered guests. So accept my apology on behalf of the committee. Honourable members, the purpose of today's meeting is to vet our nominees, and we are starting with the Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. Deputy Whip of Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, in the person of Ahmed Ibrahim, Member of Parliament for Banda. You are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'll give the floor to the ranking member, if you have any comment.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable colleague, you're welcome. And as the chair said, there were some few matters that we needed to address. So we apologize to you and your guests for the late start. Be assured that we would be very constructive in this morning's engagement without any prejudice. That's all I want to tell you. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, I'll give the opportunity to the nominee to tell us briefly. Clerk, administer the nominee to the oath, and then thereafter he will tell us something brief about himself, and then we can proceed with the questions.
I hereby administer the oath.
I, Ahmed Ibrahim,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Candidate, tell us about yourself in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, Nananom, the leadership of the various faiths.
Honorable nominee, you are not addressing Nananom. You are addressing this committee. Chair, that is enough.
Thank you, distinguished leader, bringing my attention to where I head. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, I am Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. I was born in Sunyani on 6 May 1974, had my basic education in Bana. I hailed from Bana in Kro. I attended my secondary education in Sunyani Business Secondary, A-level, Sunyani Secondary School, University of Naba for Bachelor of Arts, Political Science with Philosophy, then Institute for Public Administration and Management, GIMPA, for Masters in Business Administration, Finance Option, then certificate course in Institute of Public-Private Partnership at Washington, Virginia, on regulatory impact assessment and cost-benefit analysis. Mr. Speaker, in 2009, 7th January, I happened to be given the privilege to represent the good people of Time as the MP for Time. Then after 4 years, that constituency was divided. Then I shifted to Banda. And since then, I have been, this is my 5th term as a member of Parliament. I was elevated to serve in the leadership of the Parliament of Ghana in 2013. And Mr. Speaker, since 2013, I have been privileged to be the longest serving deputy whip in the Parliament of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, these are few things that can be said about me. And because you've given me two minutes, may I bring it here if you permit.
Thank you very much. Men's row.
Honorable nominee.
Honorable members, we will proceed to vet the nominee, and I will give the floor to the ranking member.
Honorable nominee, first let me congratulate you on this, your nomination.
Thank you.
We have page 1 of 6, your CV. So you've written the languages spoken: English, Twi, and Nafara. Can you tell me a bit about the Nafara language?
Mr. Speaker, I am Bana by tribe. I come from Bana Inkro. There are 2 dialects spoken by the people, Bana people. The Bana itself represents the name of the towns, but the indigenous people living there are the Libis and the Nafaras. And that's the dialect I speak.
So, Honorable Ranking Member, if you understand speak with him.
Where do you live?
Mr. Speaker, I live at Sakumono in Accra.
At Sakumono, is it a rented property or your own property?
Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God, it's my own property.
Do you have a title to the land?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do.
Your leaseor, or whoever, don't let me talk law, the one who sold your land to you, was he a chief, or it was a state land, or some real estate company that had acquired it and decided to sell to you?
Mr. Speaker, I live in a property that was sold to me by TDC, Tema Development Corporation.
So that is state land. You know, TDC is the custodian of state lands.
Mr. Speaker.
Let me finish. Tema Development Company.
Mr. Speaker, since
corporation.
TDC is headed by a political head, I agree with you.
And TDC has a standard rate that it applies.
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman.
So there's nothing wrong you owning a property sold to you by state authority. There's nothing wrong.
Mr. Speaker, not all sales are the same.
Please explain. What do you mean by not all sales are the same?
Mr. Speaker, not all sales are the same.
You mean the Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, not all sales are the same.
Yes, and I want you to explain. If you say not all sales are the same, what exactly do you mean?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, not all sales are the same because, like I rightly told you, if you go to where I live, we have two different types of state lands. We have the Ransa site and we have the Tema Development Corporation site. There are illegal sales and there are legal sales. That's why I say not all sales are the same.
I'm only confining myself to the legal sales.
Speaker, it is not, legal sales are not wrong.
Very well.
Since they are legal.
So what I want to put across is this. For instance, if you go to Cantonment, if you go to Laboni, if you go to Roman Ridge, if you enter the Ridge Enclave proper, you see high-rise buildings, properties that are owned by non-Ghanaians, some owned by Ghanaians. Do you think that Ghanaians owning such properties, especially if they are politicians, your own view, would it be wrong for a Ghanaian who is a politician to acquire a property in such an enclave the same way a Lebanese, an Indian, a Syrian, a Turkish acquires the same property from the state?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, that's why I said from the onset that not all sales are the same. Assuming you have in every business, there are certain things we call trade secrets. And that is why if you are an insider and you turn around to come and buy from that same deal, I don't think you may be doing a great service to the company where you work. It is in that background that it may be perceived as being wrong. But if, like for instance, just as we are here, excuse me for my word, you may be in opposition. You are not in government. You have no idea about what is happening in government. Therefore, before you have access to procure some of those things, it may be through certain rigorous opportunities. So if that happens, like the other so-called foreigners or strangers that you mentioned, I may have no wrong with that because there are also Ghanaians who have access or buy assets or property in other countries. So that's my view about it.
Okay, Chairman, these are just my intro. I'll leave it here. We'll come back when you are done with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man leader.
We shall proceed, starting with Honorable Andrews Chiwite.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take my leader, Mensuro.
How?
Yes, we all believe in these statements because my belief is that Honorable Ahmed believes that if you have God, you don't have to fear. If you have God, we need how. No wonder he is an elder in the Church of Pentecost. Honorable Leader, we all appreciate you. Where you are going to make a very great mark. President Mama believes in you. We all believe in you. We have no doubt at all. But Honorable Chair, before I go ahead, I just want you to give me this opportunity to explain this. I serve on the Western Housing Committee as a Vice Chair. And TDC, Thermal Development Company, they build houses and sell to the general public. You don't need to have connection before you own a house or before you buy a house from TDC. So, yes, so I just want the general public to know this. They sell land, they sell houses. You can walk in, bargain with them, and buy a house once you have money to do that.
Honorable Chiwete, I am a lawyer, 23 years at the bar. I had a lot of dealings with Thermal Development Corporation, now Thermal Development Company. They are into the business of real estate. They build houses and then offer the houses for sale to the general public. They will acquire land, parcel the land, and grant the same land to individuals who are interested to purchase the land and develop. The whole country is aware about the business of TDC. So proceed to ask your question.
Very grateful. Honorable Leader, my question is, do you think the Common Fund Administrator should report to the local government minister? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Well, I have no further questions, apart from to wish you well. We'll continue to knock at your doors, especially considering where I come from. Solatona Kalba is a rural district, just like your place. And so I will continue to come there until you help me develop Solatona Kalba. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Atam Hills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Leader, congratulations. And I know you are going to do an awesome job for us at the local government ministry.
Thank you.
Just wanted to ask you a question here. How would you improve the economy around these MMDCEs?
Mr. Chairman, if you read the Constitution, development of the local economy is one of the core mandates of the MMDAs. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, once given the nod, together and all former ministers of governance, which party they may belong to, we are going to team up together to make sure that we are able to bring strategies and policies to support the vision of His Excellency the President to improve upon the local economy in every district using comparative natural advantages of the various ministries, because they may not be the same.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Honorable Martin J. Mensah-Kosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate my brother and friend, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. I'm happy for him. He's not too new to this sector, and I believe in his capabilities. I wish him well, and I have no doubt that he would excel. I congratulate you, my brother.
Thank you, my very good brother.
So let me begin with one major concern within local governance practitioners. It has been the challenge of lack of adequate human resource. And I recall lots of discussions came up. I had the opportunity of leading a process to introduce a bill in Parliament to establish the University of Local Governance and Development. Fair to have it that the last Parliament, the bill could not go through. I'm sure you are aware of this. With assurances to this committee and for that matter, local governance practitioners, that you would, given the nod, consider this all-important issue of critical concern to our local governance process.
Mr. Chairman, in fact, the Institute of Local Government Studies being converted into a university, as was envisaged by my predecessor and the past government, was something we all were collaborating to make sure that we do. Unfortunately, time was not on our side, so the bill could not go through. If given the nod, Mr. Chairman, thank God, all the former ministers, like I said, we are all going to team up to work together. And looking at the number of SHS graduates who are knocking on the doors of the few universities that we have in the country, we need more universities. And therefore, it is one of the areas we are going to pursue. So, my brother, you are rest assured, your labor will not be in vain.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, my second question is again on another critical issue within the sector, and it has to do with adequate resources in running the MMDAs and agencies of the ministry or within the sector. Aside the traditional statutory releases that government sends to the MMDAs, would you have any plans of initiating other means of enhancing revenue generation for development within the MMDAs? And then give me one or two examples of what initiatives you would want to put across.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the good question that has just been asked. There are many challenges in the ministry, just as my brother has identified. And therefore, anything that will be done to improve upon the resource base of all the MMDAs is something that we are going to work towards. But, Mr. Chairman, just as I said, we'll work together to improve the local economic development of the MMDAs. And I said, based on their economic comparative resource and dot advantages. But, Mr. Chairman, from the day since 2009, ever since I entered this chamber, Minister of Local Government upon Minister of Local Government have all been complaining about one critical thing, and that is property rate. We happen to visit about 154 districts, of which myself and the committee members embark upon. One critical area that we can do, the low-hanging fruit, to make sure that we improve upon the funding of the MMDAs is property rate. So if my brother is asking of just one or two examples, the first example should be property rate. And Mr. Chairman, we were in this house when the budget was passed and property rate was centralized, taking that core function from the MMDCEs. The central government could not do it, and therefore it was later suspended and given back to the MMDCEs. So when given the nod, it's an area we are all going to collectively come together. My brother, thank God you are still in Parliament. And one of us is being posted to the Minister of Finance, if approved. The current majority leader who is going also understands revenue generation very well. And the potential of property rate, what it can give to the MMDCEs. Mr. Chairman, this is one area that we are all going to work towards. And if all former ministers come on board, practitioners come on board, MPs come on board, together with chiefs, now that the various chiefs and traditional authorities are going to be members of the district, I don't think DCEs, MPs, traditional authorities, and opinion leaders in their various districts will see they should come to their place and come and collect property rate, and after that, give something to them. So it is the quickest and the fastest way of generating revenue at the district level. So we will not centralize it, we will decentralize it, and it will help to enhance their capacity. So that is the first example, my brother, I can give.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. I think I have one more.
Very well, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my last question has to do with DRIP. The past government, taking cognizance of the fact that we need to maintain our roads, took this initiative. There are various schools of thought. Some believe that the supervision and management of the DRIP program should be placed under the Ministry of Roads and Highways, even though local government owns it. This is grounded on the fear that there could be misuse and the initiative will crumble. I disagree. I think that local government who initiated it should own it. I don't know what the nominee makes of this, but in practical terms, give some indication of how he intends to protect and sustain this initiative so that we can achieve the laudable goals that we envisage for the introduction of the DRIP program.
Your response to the question.
Mr. Chairman, the DRIP project or program, District Road Improvement Program, was a laudable one, and it was jointly conceived through the Committee on Local Government, the Parliament leadership, together with the Ministry and Administrator for District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, my brother is saying it was owned by the local government ministry. But local government ministry was not part of the procurement. And therefore, there were challenges at birth. And he's asking, how am I going to pursue it? Mr. Chairman, every district chief executive watching me, workers in the Ministry of Local Government watching me, will testify that they have no records of any agreement of the DRIP project. And they have no program, inventory of all the DRIP machines. This is a challenge because it was highly procured at the big house, that the office of the president. So that brought a problem. And therefore, one, there is no management contract. Two, there are no means of spare parts. Three, there are no committees established to take care of them. So if you go, it is fraught with a lot of challenges. And therefore, if given the nod, together with my brother who used to be in the ministry. And together with my team, who will be the technocrat at the ministry, we will all work together to make sure that the DRIP program is materialized. Because the machines were procured to improve upon district roads that are not hard. And much money was used. We was common fund in arrest. So you can't use that amount of money on such a program and allow it to go waste. Whether we like it or not, the machines have been procured, and we must put them into good use. Therefore, there must be proper structures, proper agreement, proper monitoring, proper systems to make sure that we have a very good advantage or utility of the machines that were procured. With this, Mr. Speaker, I believe I'm now going there. My brother is here. So we are going to team up. Even on this table, I can count about 2 or 3 local government former ministers. So we have the men on both sides. If we can put everything together and solve Ghana's problems, the problems will be solved.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor. Very well, if you want to thank the nominee, following your questions, you have to do that immediately.
Let me thank him for the assurances given. I wish him well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable member,
thank you, my good brother.
Giving the floor to Alhaji Alhassan Omar, let me inform the House that there is an urgent issue which I will have to personally address. So I'll take a short leave of you. In my absence, the Vice Chairman will chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Alhaji Omar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. My good friend and brother, Ahmed, Honorable Ahmed, I look forward to working with you and bringing the issues of Zabzugu to your office time from today. I have one question. I believe my question may fit to a lot of rural constituencies and districts. And it's simple. Would you consider to decentralize waste management contracts at the MMDA's level? Because we see a lot of contracts, whether they like or not, it comes from the top down. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the question being asked, I'm not privy to any of the waste management contracts. But what I can see is that there were ministerial disalignment because all over the world, waste management is a municipal function and should be a core duty and responsibility of the MMDEs. Waste practitioners or workers are available in every district and municipality. And therefore, the presence of the sanitation ministry will be properly placed in the Ministry of Local Government because they have their presence in every district. And once that is done, the problem may not be about contract, it may be about supervision and monitoring. So if the sanitation department of the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development will be strengthened to make sure that they are able to do proper and effective monitoring of sanitation issues, the problem can be solved. Because it is more of monitoring than just contract.
Thank you. I wish you well.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much. We now have Honorable Muhammad Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, I'm most grateful. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, my good brother.
Your designation, Honorable Nominee, Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. I think mention was made of sanitation too. Is that part of it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there's sanitation as part of it. It's 3 in 1.
Very well. Trust that I will ask no question about your competence.
Thank you, my brother.
You have demonstrated over the years at the Ministry of Local Government. However, what I don't know is the Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs and the sanitation bit. Already, we know that one of the biggest ministries is the local government. If we add Chieftaincy, Religious Affairs, and sanitation, it makes it even bigger. Tell us your take about that.
Mr. Chairman, what I can say is that with your help, I will be able to do it. Simply because 3 ministries are going to be combined to make 1 ministry. It now becomes structural realignment, where coordinators will be positioned at the other ministries that are being brought together with the local government ministry. The sanitation model department will have a coordinator. The chieftaincy department will have a coordinator. And the local government itself will have a coordinator. And there will be a chief director who will be coordinating all these things. So man work or man duty will be to deepen effective supervision and ethical governance. With this, Mr. Chairman, I believe we will be capable of doing it.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks for the answer technically. Honorable Nominee, there's this vexed issue of a turf war, supposedly, between MMDCEs and members of Parliament. I'm sure you would have had some experiences. Some parties or political parties even went to the extent of asking MMDCs who have intention of contesting for parliamentary elections to step aside. That tells you that even parties recognize that there's a step forward. Tell us what your take is on this and how you will deal with that as a minister for local government when giving the nod.
Mr. Chairman, the role of DCs, MMDCs, is different from the role of MPs. And having been a member of Parliament for this my 17th year, in my first year, I was given a story, and that is what I can tell my brother here. The current chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Asedun Ketia, once told me, Ahmed, when you become a member of Parliament, don't be looking at what the DCs are getting. You chose to be a member of Parliament. They chose to be DCs. Concentrate on your member of Parliament, and you will go far. But if you are doing your member of Parliament duty, and you are still looking at what the DCs are getting, they are called chiefs. They are treated as kings, and we are treated as servants. If the servants want to look at what the chiefs are getting, there will be that confusion. In the same way, when the DCE is also looking at what the servant is also getting, he will be thinking of destabilizing that servant. And this has been the source of conflict among DCEs and MPs. But if everybody will look at their jurisdiction, that conflict will be done away with. However, as a minister responsible for local governance, when given the nod, having been a whip in Parliament for 12 years. Mr. Chairman, I will not, and I will repeat it, I will not allow any DCE to disrespect any member of Parliament. In the same way, I will also make sure there's a common platform for DCEs and members of Parliament to be able to have frequent meetings for us to understand our various job descriptions. Because I've been a whip. There were instances where MPs were caged in Accra for over 9 months. They couldn't go to their constituencies in the name of doing parliamentary business. So if that understanding is not given to DCEs, while the MP is here doing national assignment, the DCE will be rapidly or radically destabilizing the member of Parliament. When that one happens, it is not the MP you are fighting. You are fighting the very seat you are sitting on as DCEs. When these things are made clear to the DCEs and the MPs, I think there will be peace. Finally, Mr. Chairman, DCEs who sabotage their MPs in the last elections couldn't win. As a whip, there were many complaints where DCEs were sitting on the common fund of their MPs. Yes, still the MPs won. So it is not how you mishandle your MP's common fund that will make the MP lose. Use the money given to you to work. MP, use the one given to you to work. When everybody is to work on our various roles and responsibilities, there will be peace. But once again, I, as a former deputy whip for 12 years, will not allow any DCE to disrespect any MP. That is my word, and you can take it from me.
Thank you, Honorable Ahmed. Honorable Shabu, you have more questions. You have a last question.
Honorable Nominee, I can see that members of Parliament seated here and those listening to you have an impression that there's going to be some fireworks, and the positive one, of course, in their favor.
Thank you.
My last question has to do with DRIP. Your predecessor is here. He mentioned DRIP. And can you tell us who procured those equipment? In whose name are they procured? Are they assigned directly to assemblies? What's the actual mandate?
It's a chairman. Those times, the initiative, and if I'm to go deep into the DRIP, we may even sleep here. Because this is where Parliament held the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund to account for some 3.5 billion Ghana cedis arrests from 2018, 2019, 2020, and up to 2022. So it was that money, arrest, that was supposed to be given to the administrator to procure the machines. But Mr. Chairman, you and I will agree with me that when the machines were about to be procured, the Ministry for Local Government was not involved. They were procured at the office of the President. And as I speak to you, not all the money has been paid. The contract, when given the nod, everything will be made clear, and the will be well informed about the position of the DRIP. It was a good concept, politicized and destroyed at birth, but we can rejuvenate it.
I wish you well, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Shabu. It is now the turn of Honorable Vincent Eko Asofua, the MP for Odo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me first and foremost congratulate the nominee for
Thank you, my good friend.
For his appointment. I know he is going to deliver because being a leader of this house, he has shown the mettle and the intellectual capacity on the floor of the house. So I have no doubt in my mind that the Honorable Ahmed is going to be a very good local government minister. Having said that, I would want to pick your thought on two constitutional provisions. Before I got in, I was listening to you, and I think a question was asked you specifically that is the DACF administrator going to be answerable to you? And your answer was in the affirmative. In view of that, if you could turn your constitution to Article 70, if you have your constitution, you could turn it to Article 70 of the 1992 Constitution, 70C, which reads, that is, appointments by the President. The President, in consultation with the Council of State, appoint the District Assembly's Common Administrator. If you also turn the same Constitution to Article 2524, which also reads that there shall be a fund to be known as the District Assembly's Common Fund, therefore says that there shall be appointed by the President with the approval of Parliament. So one constitution giving two different ways as to how a District Assembly's Common Fund will have to be appointed, administrator will have to be appointed. One, it says that with consultation with the Council of State. The latter says that with the approval of Parliament. So since you are saying that the District Assembly's Common Fund Administrator is going to be answerable to you in the event that you are called upon by His Excellency the President to give an opinion as to how this appointment will have to be done, what is going to be your take on this?
The nominee can answer, but I think from what you've read from the Constitution, I don't see inconsistency. The President must appoint in consultation with the Council of State.
Chairman.
I'm coming. I will, but I'm the chair. I'm the chair. 10 of your mic, please. Yes, I know, but the chairman has views, and I have to express them. And so I believe that consulting the Council of State and getting Parliament to approve is not inconsistent. But nominee, I think you can answer that.
Thank you, Chairman, yes.
My church member,
Chairman.
You must catch the eye of the chair.
I know.
You have not caught my eye.
Chairman.
Honorable Ahmed, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the question that was asked was, do I think that the Common Fund Administrator should report to the minister responsible for local government? And I answered in the affirmative. But the question was not in reference to the position of law. If it comes to the position of the law, Mr. Chairman, this is the Local Governance Act 2016. It was Parliament previously, the Local Governance Act 455, made the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund to report to the minister responsible for local government. In 2016, Parliament changed the law and made it that Section 129, that the minister, the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator, should report to Parliament and the office of the President. And that is what brought a turf war between the two. And since then, Mr. Chairman, there have been practical implementation challenges And if a law was passed in 2016 and you've encountered practical implementation challenges, I think the law must be revisited, the defect must be corrected, and it was in that background that when the issue came, I stood with the law. And I told the responsible for local governance at that time, you brought the law and amended it. If you now think that the law is giving practical or implementation challenges, let's go back to Parliament and amend the law. So the answer I gave was in connection of how the cure can be given. Because one, during the law was passed in 2016. Honorable Hajia Alima had challenges. Honorable Damboche had challenges. My very good brother who was asking me these questions also had challenges. And, Mr. Chairman, the whole issue is how to resource local MMDs. And it is the minister responsible for local government who has that supervisory rules. So you can't give me job that I should go and fix the thing, and you've taken the pliers and the spanners from me. How am I going to fix it? That is why the former ministers for local governance after the law had those challenges. And Mr. Chairman, I don't want to sound too political, but truly, let's look at the performance of the MMDs, how DCs are not feeling comfortable to sit in their various offices because they always complain that greater portion of the DACF is deducted at source. So if the minister is giving control, the minister will get with members of parliament and will make sure that we do proper supervision, because through the committee responsible for local governance, you go and visit and we'll be able to do proper allocation and the right thing will be fixed. So you are right. The question was not what do I think about the position of the law. It's that what is man's opinion? Man's opinion is that, yes, the administrator must respond to the minister responsible for local government to give the ministry the opportunity to be able to do government policies.
Honorable Ahmed, in your answer, you brought out something very important. Okay. You brought out the issue of DACF deductions at source. That is a great worry to the district assemblies. And so I think that as Chief Whip, you have first-hand information of these challenges. So I want you to take the opportunity to tell us what you will do to address it.
Mr. Chairman, the first position is to work together with Parliament, because the approval for the formula for the disbursement of common fund is done by Parliament through a committee of the whole. And thankfully, the person going to be responsible for finance is a former leader of this house who used to champion the releases together with me. And your good self. So this is something that man leaders, including you, used to do. And we are going to deepen it.
Honorable Sefua, do you have any follow-up?
Yes. Well, unfortunately, I didn't get the answer that I wanted to get from my honorable friend, the nominee. Honorable Ahmed, you cannot use an act of parliament, as it were, to meddle a constitutional provision. My question was, there are two constitutional provisions. Those constitutional provisions is determining how one appointment will have to be done. Article 17.
Honorable Asofua, you asked the question. The honorable member has given an answer. That is the honest opinion, he said. So that's why I asked you, do you have a follow-up?
So, no,
if you don't have a follow-up, then
I wanted to pick his opinion about if there is an opportunity for him that has been given to him by His Excellency the President as to how such an appointment will have to be done. My question to him is he going to advise the President to take the Article 70 or take the route of Article 252? or he is going to also prefer to the president that, okay, now that there's a constitutional review committee, you think that even after the appointment, this is the position that I want to take. So, I mean, I just want to take his opinion in the event that he's asked as to how this appointment will have to be done, taking into consideration the two constitutional provisions as far as Article 70 and 252 is concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my answer was that my opinion was sought, and I gave my opinion. The question my very good brother is asking is the position of the law. But like he has rightly answered, I answered by saying that together with Parliament, we are going to amend the necessary laws. And then amending the necessary laws, it is not the minister alone who is going to do it. Truly, there's a constitutional review committee, like you have rightly said, and which is going to deal with the Constitution. But I just wanted it to be made clear that there have been implementation challenges. And those implementation challenges must be addressed. Addressing them will be amendment to the various laws regulating the appointment and the functions of the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund. So I take it on board.
Right.
Thank you very much, Honorable Safua. It's now the turn of Honorable...
I have other questions. I'm supposed to have 3 questions.
Well, I asked you, and when you were starting, I'll give you a chance. I'll give
my second question to the nominee is, with respect to election of MMDCEs, I just want to pick your thought on that. All over the world, there seemed to be a certain approval or some amount of unanimity as to election of MMDs. In Ghana, we don't have it that way. Mr. Chairman, can you protect me? I'm receiving bows from all over the table.
Please let the honorable member ask his question.
And so, 1, do you agree to the fact that we should allow MMDCEs to be elected? And secondly, does it have to be done on partisan basis? These are the questions I want to ask.
Mr. Chairman, 1, in the first question, I do agree that MMDCEs must be elected. The second question is, I disagree that it must be done on partisan basis. And that is the bone of contention between the two sides. We said MMDCEs must be elected on non-partisan basis. And you said they must be elected on partisan basis. We sold these 2 views to Ghanaians. We had 184. You had 88. It means Ghanaians totally agree with election of MMDCs on non-partisan basis. And I believe that if there's any time that this should be done, it should be now.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Safa. It's now the turn of Honorable Rita Odelusewa, MP for La Dadikopon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate my leader on his nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable Leader, we are aware that MMDAs are supposed to generate revenue to be able to boost the local economy. And as a former MCE, one thing that happens mostly is that there are a lot of leakages in revenue mobilization. And I want to find out from you, how do you intend to work with the MMDAs to ensure that there will be blockage of leakages of revenue mobilization? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in the first place, we are all moving towards digitization of or automation of revenue generation channels. And therefore, the first solution will be to digitize all revenue generation or revenue collection points at the MMDAs. 2, Mr. Chairman, we must deliver open and accountable governance, where chiefs, opinion leaders, and people residing in a particular jurisdiction of a district assembly will be aware of 1, revenues generated from their electoral areas, 2, revenue generated from their district assemblies, 3, how those revenues have been applied to the various contracts that have been awarded. If we practice a bit of accountability, Mr. Chairman, I think it will go a long way to improve upon the revenue generation of the MMDAs. It should not be a one-man job. It must be a participatory service in nature.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Leader, I want to find out from you if you will consider recruiting more revenue collectors to support in revenue mobilization. I speak as a typical example, citing my municipality, the Adikotopon. It's a big place, and I believe the revenue collectors there are not enough to be able to collect the revenue to be used by the assembly.
Mr. Chairman, having been a long-standing member of the local committee, there was a particular exercise where we embarked upon a field work to go to the various MMDAs and identify how much IGF, internally generated fund, they've been collecting annually. Mr. Chairman, it will surprise you. The staff, the amount spent on the revenue staff is more than the amount that is used to pay them. Most of the assemblies. And this was one of our fundings. And therefore, a lot of recommendations were given. And I think the report was taken on the floor of Parliament. And the records are there. So the issue goes beyond just recruitment. Secondly, in that report, we suggested that we employ a number of national service personnel as seated in Accra, some as receptionists, and their services are being needed in most of the MMDAs to collect revenue. So, Mr. Chairman, beyond waiting to get financial clearance from the Minister of Finance to employ revenue collectors, we may have to visit the side of going to the National Service Secretariat, asking for national service personnel and giving them to the various MMDAs, charging them with the responsibility that those who will be so hardworking to be able to collect more revenue to the assembly during their national service time may be recommended for recruitment into this area of revenue collection. If those measures are taken, Mr. Chairman, I think it will help to improve upon the revenue collection of the various assemblies. Because once you employ the person and tell him that you are a full-time revenue collector, the person goes and become, excuse me to say, I don't want to use the word lazy, refuse to work as hard as the commission collectors. And this is the more reason why we must engage national service persons, charge them with responsibility, motivate them with the opportunity to be retained. In that regard, Mr. Chairman, I believe will help solve the problem.
Still have the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Leader, my last one is, I believe in your capabilities, and I know you are going to work well as the Minister designate for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs. And I trust that you are going to work with our chiefs and religious bodies to ensure that we continue to enjoy the peace that we are enjoying. Institution, you are going to keep an eye there, and whoever will represent you on that front will give you proper reports so that wherever there are issues, we'll be able to resolve them. On this note, I want to congratulate you again, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, my good sister, Honorable Rita Odolesoa.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yaobuama.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and congratulations to my good friend and brother, and that you'll be through.
Anyhow, thank you, my good brother.
Thank you. Ahmed, I can see a lot of prominent chiefs behind you, and your portfolio includes that of the Chieftaincy, our revered Chieftaincy institution, which is captured under Chapter 20 of our Constitution, 22. We have witnessed a lot of chieftaincy disputes in this country. Some resolved, some unresolved. Even if you look at the Chieftaincy Act of 1970, provisions were made for the traditional houses to settle disputes. Same repeated under the 2008 Act. The same definition for who a chief is retained. Asante and other paramount chiefs, their designations and categorizations are there. If you go to the traditional judicial councils, I don't know if you have your Chieftaincy Act with you. Don't worry, I'll assist you. But from section 22 to 30 deals with the jurisdictions of the various houses of chiefs and judicial committees and their roles. The chiefs they don't earn any income. Even their lands, there are issues with other neighbors. Investors do have issues with them. They go and do all sorts of things there. The capacity of the judicial councils to even deal with matters affecting the institution down there, to the extent that they can't even afford the services of lawyers to handle matters for them. Because for them to be able to hire the services of lawyers to deal with issues relating to their paramountcies or schemes requires the services of very good lawyers to handle same. Some ought to be on retainer. How are you going to use your office to resource the various judicial councils to be able to recruit the right lawyers to deal with some of the matters affecting chieftaincy in this country? Because their positions are recognized by the Constitution and also the Chieftaincy Act. Thank you.
Thank you, my very good brother. This is a very sensitive This is a very sensitive area, but as you have asked, it was one of the concerns of the chiefs. In the first place, our distinguished and revered chiefs earn their place by birth. And therefore, as one of our recommendations or suggestions, thank God the Chieftaincy Ministry is now being merged, it's now taking its rightful position with the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. What we are going to do is to consider, liaise with whoever becomes the Attorney General, and look at how best the Attorney General, together with our revered chiefs, can work together to improve upon the conditions of the lawyers of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. With that, if the conditions appointment is being done by the Attorney General, the lawyers who are working at the Chieftaincy Judicial Committee and these things will have some sigh of relief, because they will be entitled to the conditions of service of the lawyers in the Ministry of Attorney General, the Attorney General Ministry. In that way, Mr. Chairman, I believe it will help to retain good and qualified lawyers to support our chiefs. 2, now that we are going to be privileged to establish our own university for local governance studies, one of the courses that are being suggested is that since our revered chiefs earn their positions by birth, it is the responsibility of the state, looking at the sensitive roles that they play, that we give them capacity building training by establishing a course in the University for Local Governance called Royal Academy of Chiefs, where the state will help or facilitate in training and organizing seminars and courses or capacity building courses for our chiefs by giving them the customary, taking them through the customary laws and those things. If that is done, Mr. Chairman, I believe it will go a long way to solve the problem that we have.
The Royal Academy of Chiefs, will it be a department or an academy?
Mr. Chairman, we have University of Local Governance Studies. DCE's capacity will be built. Chief's capacity will be built. Mr. Chairman, if you can't, I'm not a lawyer, but when it comes to law, our lawyers will tell you that when it comes to customary issues, they need to be given special touch.
Okay, I'll hold it up. Chairman, I didn't want to do this, but let me. Honorable nominee, welcome.
Thank you, my good friend.
And congratulations. In other words, it will be a faculty for chieftaincy studies. In other words.
Mr. Speaker, that is why the lawyers are there. Because you'll be brought together for us to bring the various subjects and courses together.
Thank you very much.
Now, we just want you to know that we have
you have intentions to run a formal program for our chiefs and queen mothers.
Exactly.
Brilliant.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for adding the queen mothers.
So, Honorable, please go ahead.
Smart Ahmed. Ahmed, let me turn your attention to your party's manifesto. On, I think it's paragraph 6.31, your intentions to upgrade. You have not been nominated. You can't sit here and ask questions. Roxin Dafiamepo. Page 181 of 200. You are proposing to set up, to come out with a formula to implement the plastic waste recycling fund under the Customs Excise Amendment Act. Do you know how much goes into the fund annually? And whether you have an idea of the proposed formula and its distribution? Because I'm sure you are thinking in the light of the DACF formula or the GET fund or the NHI formula with regards to this. But first and foremost, you need to know how much, because this is what you call the baller tax that you spoke against. And now in the manifesto, you are thinking of coming out with a formula under your waste management program, solid waste management program. I don't begrudge you, but I want to have an idea Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that will fall under the jurisdiction of the Minister for Finance. Now that all the taxes are being considered and being realigned, so if you can give me the benefit of the doubt, let's wait for the Minister for Finance to bring the budget latest by next month or next 2 months. Then we'll see the way forward. Once this, for now, it is a policy. Once the calculations and the things have not yet been done, when the Minister of Finance bring it, you and I are here, and we are going to work together to know what to go into it. But for the record, you know, I thought you were going to credit me. We were all part of a three committee made up of 75 MPs who went on nationwide tour to come to propose that there must be a sanitation tax, which is called Bola tax. And Mr. Chairman, you know I was the convener of those 3-member committee. So I thought you were going to credit me. From where we sit, some may speak against it, but it was our brainchild.
Chairman, I don't have any further questions for my friend. I'm needed in the chamber, and I have to beg leave of you. Ahmed, congratulations. I wish you the very best.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But Honorable Boama, you know you will be highly, and your services will be highly needed in my new ministry.
For a fee.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. It's now the turn of Honorable Roxanne Dafiamapo.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I have a couple of questions for my whip, and it's to enhance his work. No malice intended at all. Yet, let's make progress. The key issue for members of parliament and also the assemblies especially, because having had the opportunity to serve on the Public Accounts Committee for 8 years, I've come accustomed to the peculiar problems of the assembly in carrying out their mandate. It's in respect of the late releases of their share of the common fund. And as the sector minister, if this persists, we are going to be bedeviled with this. What innovative means will you deploy to ensure that there are regular releases of these funds to the various assemblies to carry out their mandate from not the Ministry of Finance, but from the administrator?
Mr. Chairman, you and I know that any government that plays with the timely release of this Assembly Common Fund to the MMDs pays the consequences. In 2014, the NDC couldn't pay the third quarter. I was a deputy whip. We spoke about it. We lost the 2016 elections. After that, it was paid. In 2024, the current government also delayed in paying the third and fourth quarter. He also paid the price. And after losing, he has paid. Whether you win or lose, you pay it. So a government that is in power and you want to win your elections, you must pay for your DCEs to work. If they work, the electorate will be happy and they will vote for you. So I'm not going to keep my mouth shut because I'm the minister responsible for local governance. I will continue to work as I used to work when I was a whip and when I was a member of the local governance committee, and make sure there is timely releases of those funds. Thankfully, the person I used to do the work together with, and that was the minister responsible, is now going to occupy the high office of the minister responsible for finance, who is very organized and focused, and who understands he is a 5-time member of parliament. I'm a 5-time member of parliament. We all understand the repercussions of pay. So if we want the electorate to be happy and retain the government, will do whatever possible to make sure the monies are released. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, as in connection with the person who sits at the office of the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund, that is going to be a crucial consideration that we must all take due cognizance of. If you consider the role that such a sensitive office plays, the person who occupies it must be a person that will be vetted by this very committee. And it is for that reason that article, the Constitution is clear that this committee must not only vet the minister responsible for local governance, but you must also vet the person who is going to be the administrator for District Assembly Common Fund. So whoever is going to sit there will come before you for vetting. And I believe this question, when he comes, it must also be made clear to him or her.
Beautiful. Now, one problem that the Public Accounts Committee also got confronted with as a result of the Auditor General having to flag it year in, year out, is the issue of the deterioration of assembly offices. A lot of our district assemblies, the structures are in a state of disuse, and it's a problem. They are unable to raise the necessary funds to undertake early renovation. And so as the years roll by, the structures falls into desuetude, as lawyers will say. Your ministry, so these are the existing problems. Desuetude, that's a law term. Disuse. So these are the existing problems for your ministry. How are you going to tackle this with alacrity so that the assemblies, they operate from very good environment, so to speak?
As a matter of fact, there is going to be a radical shift of mindset at the various MMDs, no matter the cost. I can build a whole district. You cannot be given one building, and you say that within that district jurisdiction, they cannot maintain that one house. I totally disagree. So what we can do when given the nod is that if you are a district chief executive and you are unable to maintain, repair your own office, then you have no business sitting there. That is a fact. 2, DCEs are not protocol officers. They are local economic development agents. You cannot be sitting there waiting for Accra to bring you money. That will also be tackled. That is why I said we are going to form a common where all ministers for local governance, former chief directors responsible for local, they are all going to be consulted. When it comes to local governance, we have the Honorable Joseph Yelichere, the Honorable Ofosu-Adjare, the Honorable Oponfoso, the Honorable Matiaje Mensah Kosa, the Honorable Dambochi, Haji Alima. We have a number of former ministers for local governance. They all wanted to do something small, they couldn't complete it. The same way, we have former chief directors. They all wanted to do something, they couldn't complete it. We will practice what we call administrative continuity. We'll bring all those people together in an informal way so that the nation will benefit from the opportunity that they were given when they were in office. There are little things that we can do, and I believe there will be a change. And there will be a very fruitful democratic dividends, so that DCs will not just become protocol officers. They attend funerals, attend programs, attend workshops, and come and see they're waiting for Accra to bring them money. We'll move beyond that. Thank you.
Brilliant. Now, there are there are some peculiar problems with some assemblies. And I'll cite my district to make the point. The problem is in demarcating the administrative jurisdictions for some of these assemblies. Some traditional areas are bifurcated into two. So, for instance, if you take the Southern districts, Kweve is my district capital. If you get to Kweve, half of Kweve lies in Afajato South, the town, and half constitutes the district capital for Southern. One community, but divided into two, like the colonial masters did for us, and we're crying. But we have also done it to some traditional areas. So how are we going to tackle that? And let me add, if you go to the other side of Southern, when we were under Pando, the Dedo was part of Southern. But when Southern was carved out of Pando as a district, somehow the Dedo now falls under the administrative jurisdiction of whole West, even though it's a Peki community. And the Peki people, my people, I'm their MP. We've submitted petitions, just like Kweve also did, for that to be corrected. It's taking forever. And I know that having gone around this country in our public accounts work, we've encountered this in several other areas. So how do we streamline this so that peculiar traditional areas fall within peculiar administrative jurisdictions of districts?
Mr. Chairman, this is something we must give critical look at. Boundary dispute is real. I have visited a number of district assemblies in my 17 years or 16 or more in this parliament, and it is a time bomb. Ghana as a country used to play with boundary issues, and it was not until 2010 that, being a member in this house, when we had critical problem with Cote d'Ivoire, that we formed the Ghana Boundary Commission. And you know that is only responsible for international boundaries. But when it comes to the internal boundaries, there's a shortcoming in that regard. So when given the nod, it is an aspect that a critical look must be taken. Thank God we are bringing our distinguished and revered chiefs on board who are privy to these physical boundaries and barriers. So clearly, one, there will be a lot of consultations and some technical brains must be put together to make sure that we address that issue. The reason why it keeps on increasing and increasing is that we create some districts, we don't finish redrawing the district boundaries, geographical boundaries, then we create other ones. So we keep on compounding that problem. But I believe, as a country, time is of essence to make sure that we know our internal boundaries. And, Mr. Chairman, we have a lot of surveyors in this country, a number of them trained. So I don't think it will be a difficult thing for us to do if we want to realign our boundary distance. But one critical thing is that when it comes to constituencies, it doesn't fall within the jurisdiction of the minister responsible for local government. That lies within the purview of the electoral commissioner. Until the electoral commission create his constituencies, the minister cannot be saying that, oh, I will redraw this or redraw that. Secondly, Article 47 is clear. That's for electoral commission. As for the duration for the creation of those things to, is 7 years or after population census. So if I sit here and say, oh, we will redraw the district boundaries or electoral boundaries, I may not. But the existing ones can be rechecked and make sure that there is a district map for every district. But that will also need time. there are very critical issues, and this is a national security issue matter. So I believe it must be looked at. But I can't promise either this year or next year. But for now, we identify it as a problem.
Beautiful. Now, one of the recurrent problems that auditors flag in respect of Assembly's work is the issue where Yabuama already touched on it, but I'm getting back to it, where commission revenue collectors, they will go to the centers, collect the revenues from our poor market women. Even when their sales are not good, they'll still collect. If you want to build, they say stop work, produce permits, you go and pay permit fee, they'll collect the money, but they will not account for it. Oftentimes, they abscond with the revenues collected. And Auditor General will make recommendations, retrieve the money and prosecute. It's never done. Will you consider, as part of your new policy directives for the ministry, to ask that assemblies in recruiting revenue collectors, they should have guarantors? Somebody must guarantee before you are made to collect revenues on behalf of the assembly. So when the person absconds, there's somebody to be held responsible for. Will you consider that?
Mr. Chairman, it must be seriously considered. And now that the owners of the land and the owners of the district have been brought on board, I think those things must be things of the past. And that's why I said revenue collectors will account openly to the district for us to see the electoral areas that are performing and those that are underperforming. These are critical areas that we must all look at. If a revenue collector or a commission revenue collector has come with the money, whose money do you think he's running away with? It's your money. And therefore, we must all make sure that we fish for them. So when the chiefs have been brought on board, and you bring stricter and rigid measures regarding revenue collection, and the IGF is for something concrete for people to see, I think there will be improvement. But when you go and collect the revenue, the people don't see what you have used with the revenue IGF locally. Tomorrow, when you go, will you get? The answer is no. So we must start a new thing. Give ourselves some time. Look at the returns of our effort. If it is good, we move ahead. If no, then we change our steps. But you can't be doing the same thing and expect a different result. There must be a new reset.
Thank you very much. Let me conclude by saying that I like the points in respect of the issues where you are proposing that lawyers from the Office of the Attorney General will be seconded to the various traditional councils to assist them in their work. It will be such a major policy shift because the decisions from the judicial committees of traditional councils actually settles a lot of chieftaincy disputes all the way to the Supreme Court. So that proposal, if you are able to do it, will be a major thing that will bring comfort to our chiefs and queen matters. And I want to thank you for that innovative idea. I thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mama.
And once more, congratulations. Mesru Onehao.
Honorable Ahmed, my brother,
and leader.
Congratulations.
Thank you, leader.
I entered this parliament in 2009 with you. We were over 100 members. Today, I think we are, that 2009 group, we are 4 of us. It's me, you, Honorable Atufos, and I'm remembering, and Honorable Bejra. That should tell you about the attrition of parliament. And it also must tell you what it takes to sustain being a member of parliament. You have been a deputy whip, and when we were fortunate to be part of leadership Your experience was really very valuable in guiding us. You have been very passionate about the issues of local government.
Thank you.
And so there is no doubt in my mind that you are going to be very successful as a local government minister. Now, what is exciting about this new role, and that brings me to the very important question I have for you, has to do with the role of chiefs. You know that chiefs has been really the governor has been with the chiefs at the local level since the beginning. And so when we started going this path in democracy, I think that what has always come up has to do with what we can do to really get our chiefs involved in local governance. This ministry, I'm sure, has been put this way for a purpose. Can you share with us some of the things you would do to really get our chiefs to be active at the local governance level?
Thank you, my leader and my very good brother. There are so many things we do together with our chiefs. Mr. Chairman, you are not far from right when you said traditionally our chiefs used to be the development agents and leaders in their various jurisdictions until the modern governance came. So the merger or the fusion of traditional governance and modern governance is going to be of great benefit to this country. Mr. Chairman, there will be a common interface, not only with chiefs, traditional leaders and modern leaders, traditional governance and modern governance, but together with one other sensitive area, that's our pastors, imams, religious leaders, and faith-based leaders, who I always describe as eminent social capital in this country. More often than not, we tend to overlook their effort. But until we bring their culture as part of our development culture, we will not get to the destination where we are going to. Because we have professors who are pastors, professors who are chiefs, engineers who are pastors, engineers who are chiefs. So if it happens that wherever those people are posted to, if you bring that common interface so that every district will bring the chiefs, the pastors, the DCEs, and the MPs together as in the development forum, they will be able to identify the basic needs of those jurisdictions. And Mr. Chairman, with a little push from the center, most of these problems will be solved, rather than allowing only the DCE and saying that he is the overall president representatives and everybody is waiting for him to do something for them to see. That is why we were not going at the speed that we were expected to go. So the vision of His Excellency the President is to make sure that he gives the baton back, or the key back, to the original owners. He is not saying that I'm going to do away with DCEs, but he has recognized the development contribution of our traditional authorities and our faith-based leaders. And that is why he's merging the two. So I practically understand it, and I'm going to build upon it. That is one effective thing that we are going to do.
Thank you, Honorable Ahmed.
Thank you,
a lot of issues I have. I'm just going to mention them. Take note of them as issues that must really concern you. One has to do with the role of assembly members and how we build their capacity at that local level. You know, for example, some DCEs for over a year will not even call for assembly meetings. Assembly members were weakened, especially based on some of the experiences I've had. And oftentimes their communities they represent have blamed them that they are not performing. Exactly the things we must do to strengthen assembly members must engage you. The issue of market management, markets, you know, the issue of market fires, and the challenges we have there must be an issue that must really get the attention of the district assembly and the district DCEs. That must be something that we must come up with pragmatic measures to address. And there are also districts that, frankly, must be, a second look must be taken at for us to see how we can break them up, because they are too huge, even now as we speak, generally speaking. So those are issues that I think we must really concern you. Honorable Ahmed, those are no questions. I want you to take a note of them. But to say that I'm very, very proud of you. You've come a long way. There's no doubt that you succeed. As an elder and a brother in Christ, I know that the Lord will guide you to succeed. Amen. Congratulations.
Thank you, Leader.
Congratulations. Honorable Ahmed, he was accompanied by very distinguished guests, paramount chiefs, that at this point I will now be privileged to introduce. Okay. So I will introduce the paramount chiefs and the distinguished that accompanied Honorable Ahmed. What is this?
His Royal Majesty.
His Royal Majesty Odinohu Dr. Afra Brempong III, Omahin Suma Traditional Council, representation of Bono House of Chiefs. Chiefs, you're welcome. We have Wade Noti King, Prof. Odafia Walenti, the third paramount chief, Nungwa Traditional Area, and President Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs. Is a representative of the National House of Chiefs as well. You are welcome, Nana. The third is we have Osajifu and Eya Mampong, Mamprako the third, Wenchi Mahin, representative of the Bono Regional House of Chiefs. Nana, you are welcome. We also have Apostle Emmanuel Tete. You're welcome. We have the Church of Pentecost, Pastor Emmanuel Kuku Apia, Sakumo District Pastor is here. Ambassador Kwajo Nyamichebafo, Honorable, my former regional minister, you're welcome. Ms. Gifty Ibrahim Ahmed, Madam, thank you so much for all the support. Nana Libi Watiu Banda Traditional Council representative, you are welcome. We have Nana Jato II, Kwadasohini Banda Traditional Council, Nana, you are welcome. Nana Pe Abuatia II, Bamuhini Traditional Council, you are welcome. Nana Ka Bakon Banda Traditional Council, Nana Hanteli Obrempohini, Banda Traditional Council. Ahaji Sunkwa of Kumasi, you are welcome. Awulai Angamatu Ajan of Mahini of Jura Traditional Area in the Zima East area. Nana, you are welcome. Nana Etia Kradi, the second chief of Jura Banso in the Zima area, my own area. Nana, you are welcome. Tugbe Aura Ausagba Bakwa, the second chief Gui Akanyankrom, you are welcome. Akanyakro, okay, you are welcome. Hajia Ramata, Mom, Okujia Bo Bankwadi Osiakwahini of Bada Traditional Council, you are welcome. Honorable Kwesi Kofi Kra Pauline, MP, La Côte d'Ivoire, President of the Evaluation Commission, Public Policies, cousin of Honorable Ahmed. Ahmed, also will be yours. Come and join me. Amin Abdul Rahman, you're welcome. And then we have the Chief Director of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Now, as it is now, and all the officials that came with them. You are all welcome. Nominee, you are discharged. Thank you. Yeah, colleagues, we will break and we will reconvene late this afternoon. Oh, we also have Sunyani Secondary School. All students who came and some officials from Sunyani Secondary School. You are all welcome. Colleagues, there will be a break. We will come back after Parliament adjourns. I thank you very much.
All right, just gone by was the vetting of the Minister-designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Ahmed Ibrahim, Member of Parliament for Banda. Almost 2 hours there, quite intense, very informative if you ask me. Samir Yafe is here in the studio with me. Samir, quickly let me pick your thoughts on the vetting of Ahmed Ibrahim. He is heading to a ministry where a lot of responsibility will be placed on his shoulder regarding the local governance itself, and of course the addition of chieftaincy and religious affairs to his ministry. What do you make of his vetting?
Well, it's been good so far. At least he's delivered. He has a better understanding of the ministry that he's heading to. He knows the ins and outs of this particular ministry. And as you just heard him say, time will come where he will rely on former ministers, to push through the agenda of the development of the country and the ministry. And the questions asked were fantastic questions. I was excited the questions, posed by the immediate past deputy local government minister.
Yes. Martin James Sakosa.
Deputy, which
deputy.
is Vincent. About the election of MMDC, because it's been an issue for both the MPP and the NDC, and how they can move around it. And I was excited by his response. He said, fine, he agrees to the election of the MMDC, but as to make it partisan or not, that is the issue he really doesn't agree to. But then he gave several examples. But I've always been one person who has always held the view that we should stop the pretense. We know the assembly election is purely partisan, and we know political parties sponsor candidates to contest these elections. It's not that when you look at their posters and their billboards, the colors they display,
and this at the assembly level.
This at the assembly level, it simply tells you where the person is coming from. So I think we should cut the pretense and let partisan politics get involved in this. Another question which was very interesting is the administrator of the District Assembly Common Fund. He was asked whether the administrator should be accountable to him as a local government minister, because per the constitution and the provision that was given, is the president that appoints the administrator. And so the appointing authority should always be the accounting authority. And so if he wants the administrator to be accountable to the minister, I'm sure that we'll have to do some provisions or amendment to that particular clause. And before Bernard comes in, one issue I was excited about is the warning he gave MMDCs. That they shouldn't,
regarding the relationship with
members
MPs.
they shouldn't undermine members of parliament. From where he's coming from, 17 years as a member of parliament, he has all the experience you need to have, and he knows what happens on the ground when DCs and MCs want to contest you when it comes to election, and the sabotage here and there. So I'm okay with the responses he's given so far.
Bernard, before we go to the vetting of Ahmed Ibrahim, John Mahama has given us a final list. So the last batch of nominees.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
These are sector ministers.
11 sector ministers, and then 3 ministers of state.
3 regional.
And then 3 regional ministers. So you have 16 regional ministers now.
Yes.
23 plus 3. That's 26. 26 ministers of state. Plus the 16. So that's 52. I'll calculate it again.
26 plus 16.
So we have 12 ministers who were nominated. If you add this 11, that's 23. And then he adds another 3. So that's 26 sectoral ministers. Then you have 16
regional.
So 16 regional. So that's 46 because 26 plus 6 is 42. 42. So he has space for 18 deputy ministers. So now...
But what of these ministers of state in charge of...
Let's take it one by one. So Minister for Defense, nominee Dr. Iredamane Boama.
Yes.
From the Eastern region. Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, Samuel Natejo, MP for Ningo Pram, Greater Accra region. Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Bua, MP for Elembele, Western region. Ministry for Sports and Recreation, Kofi Adams, MP for Buem, Oti region. Ministry for Labour, Jobs and Employment, Abdul Rashid Pelpo, MP for Wa Central, Upper West region. Ministry for Health, Kwabena Minta Akando, MP for Joaboso, Western North region. Ministry for Environment, Science and Technology, Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, MP for Nanton, Tamale.
It's not Tamale.
So Tamale Central, Northern region. Ministry for Transport, Joseph Bukari Nikpe. I suspect he's from the Northeast region, but I'll check. Please check for me. Joseph Bukari Nikpe. Ministry for Interior, Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak, MP for Aswase Ashanti region. Ministry for Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okujetwa Blakwa, MP for North Tongue, Volta region. Ministry for Works, Housing and Water Resources, Ajay Kenneth Gilbert from the Ashanti region. Then we have 3 additional ministers. Minister of State in charge of Special Initiatives, Emmanuel Kwejo Ejekum. We'll find out where he's from. Sami will check for me. Emmanuel Kwejo Ejekum. Minister of State Government Communications, Felix Kwacho Ofosu, Central Region. He's the acting government spokesperson. So this is interesting. He is Minister of State for Government Communications, not the same as Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology. So communications is not the same as government communications.
Yes.
Communications is a sector. Government communications is a function.
Yes.
So Felix is the Minister for Government Communications. Which is the function of communicating.
Exactly.
Samuel Joy is the Minister for Communications, which is a sector, which is where all the technology we deal with come from. And finally,
Nikpe is Saboba. That's nothing.
No, Saboba is.
Saboba is in the northern region. It's not part of northeast.
Okay, Saboba is
in the northern region.
Wonderful. The Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, Isifu Seidu. You can check for me as well. So we have 23 ministries and 23 minister nominees for the 23 ministries. I'll go through the list.
So Isifu Seidu is northeast. That's Nalerigu.
So it's been clarified. So you have 23 ministries. The 11 outstanding were defense, where Omani Boama is going, communication, digital technology innovation, Samuel Nate George, lands and natural resources, Ama Kofi-Bua, sports and recreation, Kofi Adams, employment, labor and employment, Rashid Pelpo, Upper West, health, Kwabena Minta Akando, who was a ranking member on the health committee. So again, we'll come to the analysis shortly. Environment, science, technology and technology, Ibrahim Mutala, Tamale Central. Transport, Joseph Bukari Nikpe from where? Saboba, which is northern region. Interior, Muntaka Mubarak Mohammed, Asawase Ashanti. Foreign Affairs, Okujetwa Blakwa, who's Volta. Water Resources, Works and Housing, Gilbert Ajay Ashanti. Special Initiatives, Emmanuel Kwejo Ejekum.
He's the MP for Nkranza South, so he's from the Bono area.
Bono East. Nkranza South, Bono East. Felix Kwacho Ofosu, MP for AAK, Central Region. And then Climate Change and Sustainability, Isifu Seidu.
Isifu Seidu is Nalerigu, Northeast.
Which is Northeast. So then we finally, with the regional ministers, there are 3. We have Upper West, posing Charles Lwanga. Charles Lwanga is an interesting name. It's the name of a historical Catholic priest. So Charles Lwanga is an interesting name for a minister. Posing Upper West region. Bono is Joseph J. Akwabua, Adai Akwabua. And then Bono East, Francis Owusu Entry. So summarizing, 16 regional ministers nominated. 23 sector ministers nominated. 3 ministers of state nominated. So 26 plus 16, making the list 42. 18 deputy ministerial nominations expected to be brought in. Regional breakdown very important. So I start from Upper West. The main nominee from Upper West is Rashid Pelpo, who is the Minister for Employment, Labour and Jobs. Upper East is the Attorney General in the person of
Dominic Ayene.
Now, Savannah is the Energy Minister.
Yes.
In the person of John Jinapo. Northern has three. Harun Idrisu for Education. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed for Environment, Science and Technology.
Yes.
And then we have the
Sabuba guy.
Transport is Joseph Bukari Nikbe from Sabuba. Bono East now has 2 in the person of the nominee for trade and industry.
Yes, Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare,
who will be vetted today. And then there's Emmanuel Kwejo-Ejekum, a Minister of State for Special Initiatives. Then you have Bono itself is the nominee who just finished.
Yes. Ahmed Ibrahim.
He is
MP
the
for Banda.
nominee for Banda, going to regional local government,
religious and chieftaincy affairs.
Ahafo has Agric.
Yes.
Eric Opoku, who was vetted yesterday.
I'm still coming down. Now, Ashanti has 2 names. Water Resources, Works, Housing and Water Resources.
Kenneth
Gilbert, together with Muntaka Mubarak, who is the nominee for Interior. Eastern has 2. George Opariado for Youth
and Empowerment.
And Eduardo Maneboama for Defense. Then Oti has Kofi Adams, who's going for Sports. Volta has 3. Okudzeto Ablakwa for Foreign Affairs.
You have Gavins,
Kwame Abuja, Roads and Highways,
for tourism.
And then Abla Jifa Gomashi for tourism, culture and creative arts.
Then you come to Central Region, you have 2. Finance Minister Kaselato Forsen.
And then Felix
So Minister of State for Communication, Government Communications, Felix Ofosu Kwachi or Kwachi Ofosu. Then Western Region, we have 2. Fisheries is the MP for Shama.
Arthur.
Emilia
Arthur. And then the man chairing the committee, Amakofi Bua, who is the vice chair for lands. Western North has the nominee for health. Greater Accra now has the next nominee to be vetted, Naa Momo Lartey, who is the nominee for gender
children social protection.
MP for Krowa. And then you have Samonate George,
communications,
MP for Ningo Pram, going for communications,
digital technology and innovation.
So that, and then Northeast has Isifu Seidu, Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability. So, in all, President Mahama has 26 ministers of state, 16 regional ministers, with 3 of the 26 being ministers of state for functions, whereas the 23 are for sectors. So that's, I suspect that's what the chairman of the committee had to deal with, because you recognize that when in the vetting, he had to leave.
Yes.
Because the list has to be given to Parliament for some scheduling. So I'm sure that before today ends, they will probably schedule the vetting for.
And you notice that Apenya Makin also did not sit through the entire.
So this is where it was going. Last point before Sami comes in, I think the method is clear. 90% of these people are MPs.
Yes.
So with the exception of Dr. Eduardo Maneboama, and Ajay Kenneth Gilbert and George Opari-Addo. All these people who have been nominated for Minister of State are members of Parliament. So apart from Gilbert, Kenneth Ajay, apart from Eduardo
Maneboama, and then Pablo,
George Opari-Addo, all the 23 or so of them are all members of Parliament. Number 2, almost all of them were the ranking members of the committees that is relevant to the ministry. So Samonate George is the ranking member on communications. Was in Kwame Kando was the ranking member for health. Okudzeto Ablakwa is the ranking member for foreign affairs. Muntaka, I believe, has been in the Interior Committee. I stand to be corrected. Murtala, I certainly know was in trade. He probably was in environment as well. That can be confirmed. Rashid Pelpo has been in a number of committees. Sports will be one of them. He is an experienced person. Kofi Boah, we knew he was going to Lands, and he is the deputy majority leader. And then the ones that you can say are surprising, climate change and sustainability is interesting. Because there's already energy and green transition, which in a way, green transition derives from climate change and sustainability. So I think it's quite interesting to have a minister for energy and green transition, and now have a minister for climate change. But in the literature, climate change and sustainability is so big that you probably need a ministry for that. We all understand what Felix Kwasi Ofosu is doing. So he's already a minister of state. The question is whether he will still be government spokesperson or just minister for government communications, which covers both the presidency and all of government. Interesting one is special initiatives. Because we did not hear NDC talk about special initiatives in their manifesto. Special initiatives was a MPP creation. So how Akumsen. So I really would be interested to know what this special initiatives is about. But I'm not sure you can say you are extremely surprised by any of this. I think Omani Boama going to defense is interesting because when Akosua interviewed him on the day of the inauguration, he did indicate that he wasn't really interested
in any position.
Not
in any position.
So Akosua pushed. Do you want to go back to where you were in communication? I don't think so. Do you want health? I've never been interested. So he's given I'm not sure how that worked. Maybe he knew all along. But you know, Omani Boama has been very close to the president. So it's interesting that 2 of the 3 who are non-MPs are from Eastern region. Giorgio Pareado
and Omani Boama.
The fact that NDC has about 8 MPs from there notwithstanding, and you can see he's doing regional balance. You can see he's trying to promote people who've been in the caucus, helping them in opposition for 8 years. And you can see he's also choosing people who are experienced in parliament. Because none of the nominees I know is a first-time MP. Most of them are more than 1 term. Nate George is more than 1 term. Boah is multiple term.
At least there is Felix Kwasi Ofosu is the first
time. This is the first time. So this is Mohammed's government forming. We'll put their photos up for you shortly. So I don't know what some things before I come to the vetting, but I think it's very interesting.
It's a good nomination for me, and as I said previously, I'm excited President Mahama is giving those who've always been vocal an opportunity to run the affairs of the various ministries or the various sectors that they spoke much about. For instance, anytime Esla comes, former communication, Esla comes to do a press conference, definitely get a response from Sam George. Also come and say his own thing. But now he's going to be in charge of that particular ministry. Let's see the ideas that he has to make communications better in this country.
Last week he was already speaking on digitalization. And all that.
Yes. So I remember when the Kelvin GVG and the rest came up, he was the go-to guy, speaking on the matter. Now President Mahama has given him the opportunity to run affairs in that particular ministry. We'll just wish him all the best and see how he will run the ministry. And then another interesting one for me is the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability. But I remember the very first day we did, we covered the vetting. I raised issue about why committee members did not ask the Energy Minister about issues of climate change and the green energy and that. Now, this particular position is already in existence at the office of the president. But it wasn't a minister of state. It was a presidential advisor.
Of the past president.
Yes, of the past president. It was a presidential advisor on climate change. But this time around, he's been made, a minister of state. That one gives him some more power and more authority when it comes to deal with issues of, climate change. And climate change is affecting everybody.
Clearly.
Everybody in this world,
We've had Trump withdraw US from the Paris Accord. So it should tell you the magnitude of climate change.
And climate change is big. And surprisingly, for us here in Africa or in Ghana, we do not see really what's happening. But in elsewhere, climate change is big. And it's about time we also take climate change very seriously here. Because we see the change in weather pattern. We see what's happening.
The drought you experienced last year should give us an indication.
When you go to the, you know, the Horn of Africa, the Somalia, the Ethiopia area there. I've been in Ethiopia before on several occasions, and you could see really what's happening there. For Ghana here, we are not really experiencing it, but then if we don't check it and we continue to let it go the way it is, we may also have the effect down here. And I'm excited about, you know, this appointment. Green energy, I mentioned the last time. Let's see how we go by it. But as Bernard said,
I mean, it's quite clear. You could glean from the president's inaugural speech on the day of his swearing in. He was quite heavy on climate change.
And I feel the seriousness that President Mahama is attaching to climate change. All other presidents or leaders within the continent might also take, you know, immediate effect to that, because I read a document from, you know, the UN about climate change. Africa contributes less than 5%, you know, but then we bear the brunt the most. We suffer the most. So if we allow the world powers to cause pollution to the environment, and we in Africa decide to keep quiet and watch it goes on, you know, it's going to give us a problem. I remember some years back, I was privileged enough to join the journalists who traveled with former President Akufo-Addo to, you know, Paris for a climate change summit, and there were commitments, you know, on how to help Africa fight, you know, climate change. And these commitments were not fulfilled in terms of money for Africa to deal with this particular issue. They were not fulfilled. So I hope that President Mahama, through this new minister, will be able to push through and get things done well.
Okay. Can we go through the list again, just to give viewers who just tuned in some info? So 3 new regional ministers to complete the list of 16. And the regional ministers are in the presence of Upper West posing Charles Luanga. Bono is Joseph Adai Akwabua, and Bono is Francis Owusu-Entry. That brings the list to 16. There were 11 sectoral ministries yet to be determined. Defense is Dr. Edwin Buama, who is a former Minister for Environment and the immediate sort of Director of Elections and IT for the NDC. Former NUCS President. Samonate George, MP for Ningo Pram Pram, ranking member on the Communications Committee, quite vocal MP, main proponent of the LGBTQ law, now a Minister for Communication, Technology and Innovation. Ama Kofi-Boa, Majority Deputy Leader, former Minister for Energy, now Lands and Natural Resources, MP for Elembele. Rashid Pelpo, former Minister for Sports, former Minister for Private Sector Development, now Minister for Labor, Jobs and Employment. Multiple WAS Central MP for Upper West. Health, Kwabena Minta Akando from the Western North region. Financial economics, actually this statistics economics background, been MP for, I think this is his 3rd or 4th term. Quite vocal on health issues, health infrastructure. We interviewed him the night Parliament was to be sworn in, and not surprising that his Minister of Health continued a tradition of non-medical doctors, whether it's Alex Egbefia or Kweku-Agyeman or Minta Akando. A lot of the people who have been given this portfolio, at least the last 2 are finance people, because we look at Agyeman, he's a chartered accountant. This guy studies economics and statistics. He also farms from Joaboso. Then the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, Science and Technology, MP for Tamale Central. Now, we need to know that he used to be MP for Nanton, then went out of Parliament and came back to Tamale Central. So he's a 2-term MP and was a student leader when we were in the university. He ran for SRC president, but later became the national president of this second body. Not NUCS, there's another one called
GAPS.
No.
GRASAG.
University Students Association, there's a name for it.
USAG.
Something like that. University Students Association of Ghana, USAG. He was the president. So he went to Legon and also went to Tech. He was Deputy Minister for Trade. So Mutala is always there or thereabouts. Yesterday he was on a committee as a subject matter person. Transport is Joseph Bukari Nikpe, MP for Saboba. Now, the reason this is an interesting pick is that I'm looking at the geographical breakup of the northern region. Most people in the region will look at the region and split it into 3.
Right.
So even though it's northern, there's a Dagomba part, Tamale, and the areas around Yendi. But there's also Saboba, Chereponi, which is more to the eastern part of the region. So coming from Saboba, if you ask Aminu Alabira, he will tell you that part also needs representation.
Right.
So national representation is not just the region. But even within the region, because both Haruna and Mutala are from Tamale. But he is from Saboba. So I even suspect he is from a different ethnic group. So we can discuss that later on. Then you have a very interesting pick in Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak. He and Haruna were the two key guys in the committee, James Abeji. So when that leadership change occurred, he's I think he's the main strategist for the minority
then.
And he's held on to Asawase despite all the pressure. He's been in parliament since a by-election in 2005. A lot of people forget he was Minister for Sports. Who had a certain scandal and had to be withdrawn. Came by election, has held on to that seat. I think his relationship with Asanteman is strong.
Very strong.
So the main Kumasi Zongo, he holds that. So it's not surprising that he's been given interior. All right. Now, Asante is a huge region. And so beyond Muntaka, even though he's from the Ashanti region, you can say that Ashanti's other person is Kenneth Gilbert Ajay. He was initially being touted for defense, but has now been given works, housing, and water resources. So you have two from Ashanti there. Then Okujetua Blakwa is not surprising because he is the ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee. The Oslo Embassy scandal, the breaking down the Nigerian embassy building.
The Belgium embassy as well.
Being a very vocal person
and the printing,
in the Foreign Affairs Ministry. A very different role for the advocacy he does. He's in charge of oral. Foreign Affairs is a different kettle of fish. So I think it's an exciting pick. And I'm quite sure he'll be happy to hear that he's foreign minister. And then finally, the three functional ministers of state instead of sectoral. And I'm trying to say this to separate that there are 23 ministries. But there are 3 ministers of state in charge of functions. The first one is
special initiatives,
which we have no idea what it is under NDC. Government communications is very clear. It's already been working from day one. Felix Kwachu Ofosu MP. And then, so I'm not sure a lot of people have seen Emmanuel Ejei. If we could find his photo and put it there, it would be nice. Emmanuel Ejei, if you can find him for us, I'll be happy to show him. He was MP for where?
Nkranza South.
Wonderful.
Nkranza South,
So the Bono East has 2. Bono has 1, Ahafo has 1. Western has 2, Central has 2, Volta has 3, Ashanti has 2, Eastern has 2, Northern has 3, Savannah has 1, Northeast has 1, Upper East has 1, Upper East has 1, Western North has 1. So this is how the equation is going. And then Isifu Seidu, climate change sustainability. So John Mahama has 42 ministers out of his 60. So there's going to be 18 names for
deputy ministerial roles.
So if it happens, so with the 18 and with this number, I'm not sure there'll be some ministries without deputies then.
Usually, functional ministers of state don't have deputies. So already, those 3 are out. And then if you look at the decoupling of youth from sports, you don't need a deputy for either because it was youth and sports. So usually you had deputy to help with one wing. But if you have a minister for youth and a minister for sports and recreation, why do you need a deputy for either? So you can knock off those 2 easily. All right. If you look at a minister for foreign affairs, I don't think it depends on where we are. Because if you look at, for example, the Lartey Lartey for Sahelan affairs, there are already key functions being given to people. So why do you need a deputy foreign affairs minister? Why do you need a deputy minister for, say, transport? All right, unless you want to say railways and aviation, it requires a different.
But it's a big ministry, but I'm sure you require because aviation is part of it. There's not a special ministry for aviation. You have aviation, you have railway, as you mentioned. You have this normal transport as we have.
This is what I think. If a ministry's name includes different chains. So for example, local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs, it tells you that it may need a deputy.
Yeah.
But transport is transport. Do you understand? If you have a minister for, once the name becomes changed, it's trying to tell that we are trying to put different things together.
Communication, digital technology, and innovation.
For me, the way to simplify, if your name is one, just be one. If your name is three or something, but I'm not a government.
But you see, communication, digital technology, and innovations. And then there's environment, science, and technology.
That's what I'm saying. If your name is transport, you are transport.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you are interior, is interior. Defense is defense. Foreign affairs. But if you now start giving it other names,
housing and water resources.
You get my point. So like water resources used to be a ministry.
Yeah.
On its own. Sanitation used to be a ministry on its own. Yeah.
Do you understand me? So I agree with you on transport that if transport has brought together railway and aviation, maybe because we can see, you know, I think the man 18 is a lot. He can work with.
As for the regionals, they are not getting deputies.
I don't think so.
No, in the last term of Akufa, the regional ministers didn't get
deputies. And the three functions will not get
deputies.
So maybe what we can do is that if I had a Ghana map, it would be very nice to superimpose these.
In all this, I'm worried about the.
So this is who's this?
Ofosu-Adjare.
Good. So this is Nkranza South.
Yeah.
And he's the nominee for special initiatives. This is the only ministry which function. Okay, so I mean, unless they want to continue with special development initiatives.
To continue with the 1D, 1F, the one village, one dam.
The special development initiatives was
the 1D, 1F wasn't really under special.
That was under trade.
It was under trade.
And
then there was a secretariat really for it. 1D, 1F secretariat.
Okay.
So the special initiative included the
one village,
one dam,
one constituency,
1 million. Those, you know, those.
So we can't speculate here. You have to, but this is how I see it. A previous government has created special initiatives on the basis of what it wants to achieve. If you listen to NDC, 24 economy is their special initiative.
Right.
So maybe a minister, and the reason sometimes they appoint these guys is that if you put, say, Guzitano as your advisor on
24 economy,
right? Parliament doesn't know him.
Right.
But if you make Mr. Ejekum, is that the name?
Emmanuel Ejekum, yes.
If you make Ejekum a minister for that, he can be someone to say, dude, there's a budget of X million for special initiatives. What are you guys doing?
Exactly.
I do know that based on the new standing orders, non-ministers can now be invited.
Okay, to answer questions.
So, for example, national security doesn't need to be a ministry for the DACF who's in charge to be summoned. But I feel like sometimes when you have a minister, there are so many things that a minister is required to do with Parliament that a non-minister may not be able to do.
True.
But I'm speculating at this point. So I'm waiting for them to come and explain
what the special initiatives is for.
I'm getting some information, but on the Ofosu-Adjare, I'm told that he's a former deputy local government minister.
Interesting.
He served as a former deputy local government minister under John JM Chapter 1.
Okay, deputy local government minister.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. But in all this, for my worry is about the leadership of the majority now. It looks like almost everybody there is gone, with the exception of Comfort Doyo. All of them. So if you are taking the leadership,
so majority leader
is gone.
So Haruna left, Muntaka is gone.
Yes.
The current majority
Cassiel is gone.
Finance,
Amabwa is gone.
The whip is
Gavins is gone.
Gavins is also gone.
Yes.
So the only
Ahmed
person left
is gone.
Ahmed is gone. The only
Doyo
person is
Gansa.
Comfort.
Yeah, but you have 183. And of that 183, there are people who were already being touted. Indeed, when the Muntaka Haruna issue was happening, the person going to replace Cassiel was actually being touted. But General Maskell came to explain that they wanted a new regional calculation. So I think, and I've been telling you that if you watch Mahama Yariga in Parliament, there are two people NDC defers to on legal issues when it gets very complicated. MPP, they'll go to Jogate. All right? NDC, Mahama Yariga will speak, Aine will speak. And when they speak, usually it's very convincing. So I think he's been a de facto
leader already.
in the legal side. He's been a de facto leader in a long time.
Right.
You remember the part the bribery scandal that he alleged about, I think it was the energy minister, I'm not sure, some allegation that came up.
Yeah.
And he was forced by the committee led by Jogati to retract. So a lot of people saw that he was a rival to Harune's team. That's what people saw. So, and Ayariga has been in parliament for almost 4 terms, almost 5 terms. So I'm not sure you can even say that the majority side is being decimated, because we are told he will be supported by Ricketts Hagan.
Kwaku Ricketts Hagan.
Ricketts Hagan has been in parliament for almost 4 terms or not more. He's an economist, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at the work of parliament, law and economics are 2 very important professions. So if the majority leader is a lawyer, your deputy being an economist helps to do with finance. Then you have Roxin Dafiameko being touted as the new whip.
Also a lawyer.
Another lawyer. You see what's happening here.
Yeah.
So I feel like they have planned this thing to also have that regional equation balance. So Ayaga is from Upper East. Then you have Ricketts from Central, Dafiameko from Volta, Doyo Gansa from Greater Accra. So you probably need somebody from the Middle Belt as the other whip to then look at the MPP's balance as well, because if you like MPP, the leader is from Central, the deputy leader is from Ashanti, then the whip is from Eastern, then the deputy is still Tolon, and then the second is I'm not sure whether it's you see, yes, Ahmed Jerry. So it looks like the team is forming on both parliament and government. So yeah, I don't know if the vetting is still going on.
No, vetting is on break. They'll resume after Parliament.
So now they are going to read this in Parliament?
Yes.
So we'll probably cross over again. I really wish I had a Ghana map somewhere to just walk you through the way it's been broken up. But
we'll look at it when when the committee comes back to sit.
The other point I wanted to make quickly was that the balance is complicated to achieve because there are many levels of balance. You have regional balance, which is constitutional.
Yeah.
You also need an age balance and gender balance.
Gender balance.
Now, the gender balance was going very well until this new list came.
Yes.
This new list has...
Because this final list has no female.
No. So what you see though is that the list that was released this morning with 10 nominees had 4 women.
Okay.
Joyce Bawa Mutari, Nana Oyebampoado.
Okay, this is the appointments to the president's office.
Yes, 5 women, 5 men.
Appointments to the president's office.
So you are Joyce Bawa, Nana Oyebampoado,
Nanaya Ajantwa, Beatrice Annan, Shamima.
So 5-5.
Yeah.
But then in the ministries, the original 12 had 4 women and 8 men.
Yes.
And then you've added 11 men. And then plus another 3. Plus another regional 3. So if you look at the Bahama government, we have 3 regional ministers and 4 substantive sectoral ministers who are women. So you have 7 women out of a possible 42.
40. Yes, 42.
So that's 1/6. So 1 out of every 6 of the ministerial nominees are women, because 7, 6, 42, right?
Yeah.
So 1 out of 6. Parliament itself has probably the same ratio of women. Probably the same ratio of women, because the women in Parliament are about 40 something. So I'm sure the people who raised this point earlier will have a thing or two to say. But I mean, I thought, and what I find interesting is how, if I have the map code, how difficult it is to achieve regional balance with 16 regions. Because when you had 10 regions, it wasn't such a big issue. But I think this list delayed because of the need for 18. Because there's no, even if, think about this, Ashanti has 42 constituencies. Northeast.
Ashanti has 47.
47 constituencies. Northeast has 6 constituencies.
6.
And yet Ashanti has 2 ministers, Northeast has 1. So a region as a unit of development, and the way we created them, I think is very, very interesting, because, you know, when we had 10 regions, North was big. Bruno Half was big. You get it? But now you have Savannah and Northeast population. I have 3 constituencies in Accra, that's more. All right, so are you representing populations of people? Are you representing ethnic groups? So when you say regional balance, by creating a new region, you've also created a political problem.
Exactly.
You understand? Because you've created 6 constituencies with 350,000 voters, but you need to put, and I'm not saying they don't deserve a ministry.
Yeah.
But when Akufo-Addo created those regions, he inevitably forced the hand of a president to have to select, which is why people keep asking for regions. Because they believe that if I'm in the north and I'm Kokomba, or I am Chokosi, or I am Basari, I feel like if I get a region, then definitely somebody from my place will be.
A minister.
And I'm not sure a unitary republic with our size, if we keep going, we'll probably create more problems for ourselves.
Remember on a campaign to NDC candidate, the now President Mamose promised the Upper West another region.
No, Upper East.
The Upper East, sorry. Upper, I mean the Boko, they have a name. The
so
Pasal, you know,
this is what happened. You remember when he went there last 2 weeks or last week, and the matter was raised, he didn't actually refer to the matter. He says, the matter you have raised, I will think. Because I think that it's complicated.
Very.
It's very complicated.
The more reason why a lot of people criticize the creation of the 6 new regions, because I knew of people who were vehemently opposing, the creation of these regions.
But the NDC did not oppose it.
NDC did not oppose it because it would be suicidal for any political party to oppose such a thing because it was demand driven. It was by the people. It was petitions sent to the presidency by the chiefs and elders and the people of that particular enclave. And so if you're a political party or political leader within that side, you will oppose it. It means you don't want our well-being.
Exactly.
Then we also advise ourselves. The more reason why all the political actors were all in support of it. But deep within them, I'm sure they would avoid that this wasn't that.
They knew the impact.
So for instance, if the president is making an appointment, if Northern Region was just one, it would have been just easy for him to select somebody from Northern Region. But now Northern Region is 2, including Northern Region, making it 3.
No, it's actually 3.
It's 3, okay.
Savannah,
Northeast, and then Northern Region. So now if he's making an appointment, he must think very, very deeply on now getting someone from Northern Region, get someone from Savannah, and not just anybody. Competence is also included. And it gives a burden to any president who wants to go this line. And not just only the ministers or deputy, the CEOs of the various government agencies too. There must be regional balance for that one too as well. So you can't appoint a specific, tribe to, you must also let there be regional balance in all other appointments. So it's really a burden for every president making an appointment with a current arrangement.
And even on the ethnic level you mentioned, for the MMDCs, it will pose same challenge.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be.
So if you look at the regional ministers, there's been a lot of caretaking. So if you look at Upper East, for example, the minister is from the Bolga area. And it's important because being a Frafra, he is neither aligned to the Kusol side or the Mampusi side. And that's going to be very crucial. Okay. So I think that's an important point to make in terms of regional balance. The other problem Mahama has is that because he won the election so clearly, when we have our heat map, in the past, he will probably win Northern, Upper East, Upper West, Volta, Uti, Western North. And then barely scrape through Western, Central, and Bono, and then lose Ashanti and Eastern. This election, if from an NDC perspective, every region delivered. So even those who traditionally used to say, so for example, Volta and Oti, he won everything there. But look at Bono East, apart from 1. Bono, apart from 1. Western, apart from 2. Western North, everything. Central, apart from 4. Greater Accra, apart from 5. So everybody can say, hey, we are key guys here.
Good. So and that's where the pressure. That's where the pressure comes in. The bargaining chip.
So now
and that's where the pressure comes in.
So and he cannot. And it's even funny because even if he loses a region, the vote he got in that region. So I think he said a few days ago that Ashanti played this role for NDC because if you look at the gap of NPP in Ashanti has always been 1 million, and now it's just 600K. So Ashanti can legitimately say
more additional seats in the region.
7.
Additional seats.
Eastern has something to say. So and I think based on the way I see the NDC, generally prior to this election, NDC appointments have generally been from 3 places: the Volta Oti, the Fanti group, and the Northern group. That's what generally has been. Now you have it's a broader coalition. It's a broader coalition that has brought him to power.
Right.
Where the Northern group, the Bono group, the Ashanti East, everybody has given
Central,
him
Western.
Yeah. So what I wanted to check with Sami was that, so you have 26 ministers. Volta is the only one. Volta and North have 3-3. All right.
Yes.
Then Savannah, where he's from, has 1. Northeast has 1. Upper East has 1. Upper West has 1. Bono East has 2. Bono has 1.
Ahafo
has 1. Western has 2. Central has 2. Greater Accra has 2. Western North has 1. Do you think that from an NDC perspective, he has been fair to the regional balance?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes, I think so. And there are some traditional regions you cannot just give only one appointment. What's the Volta region? We know the Volta region.
Yeah.
You can't give just a single appointment in the Volta region. It will be so unfair to the people of the Volta region for all what they've done for you all these years, you know. But in some other regions, you can just give a single or 2 appointment, which will be fair, because historically they have not been with you all this while. But for regions who have been loyal to you all these years, you should reward these loyalty.
But that same apply based on the explanation Bernard has just given, because in the past, this recently held election, every region performed.
It's agreed.
And so every region has a claim. It's a legitimate claim.
I agree perfectly, but who has been loyal all the years than recent? You must also look at those factors. I spoke to someone in the previous administration why, you know, the president Akufo-Addo in his first term appointed a number of ministers in his government. And the explanation was that, people contributed to 2016 victory. The old money there to, you know, satisfy every region and everybody. So the more reason why we had such large number of people serving as ministers under the previous administration, the first term of Akufo. But the second term, you know, this number reduced because of reasons best known. So it gives the appointing authority a hell of a time.
I wanted to ask another question. Do you think for the ministers, Mahama has taken a cue from Akufo-Addo in a way in using MPs mostly? Because prior to Akufo-Addo, a lot of the ministers, I think most governments will satisfy the 50% or 52, 54% MP and then pick from outside.
Yeah.
But I think in the Akufo-Addo's second term, he made it a point to give the minister work to MPs. It looks like, and you can correct me, it looks like Mahama has continued that, because if you, for example, look at Mills didn't have, he had MPs, but a lot of his ministers were not MPs.
Non-MPs.
So I can mention a lot of ministers. Jojifa Atiba was not an MP. There were quite a number of ministers in the security portfolio who were not MPs. Under Mills. Even Mahama 1, he did have MPs, but there were quite a number of ministers who were not MPs. But it looks like, when you look at this list, apart from 3 people, Omane Boama,
Pablo,
George
Opariansa,
and Opariado, and then the Gilbert Eje. All of them are MPs. And if you look at Akufo-Addo 2, again, talk to me, because you covered. Why did Akufo-Addo 2 have so many ministers from Parliament as against even Akufo-Addo 1?
Because of the nature of Parliament at that time.
Okay.
It was a hung Parliament.
The 137.
And he needed almost everybody from Parliament to help the parliamentary work and also serve as ministers. Because at that time, there were some important things he couldn't do in the first term, but wanted to push through in the second term. And so he needed these MPs to serve also as ministers so that they can push and prosecute the government agenda. They've always said that the business of the day is always coming from the executive. And so if I have a minister who is also an MP and pushing to the agenda,
he takes personal responsibility.
He takes personal responsibility and pushes them through all. It's also about the provision of the constitution. A lot of presidents want to satisfy those provisions in the constitution, as well as adding other factors to it. So for the second term, I'm very sure he learned from the first term the mistakes is doing the first term by appointing a lot of people outside Parliament. Now the second term, the nature of the House also made him understand that he needed to push through more.
Exactly.
And the materials available to him at that time were also members of Parliament.
Okay. Second question. So we know that the work of an MP equips you to understand the workings of a ministry. So the question of whether picking more of your ministers from Parliament helps the work of Parliament, I don't know where you stand, whether it's here or because whilst if you are a finance committee chair, it helps you to understand the work of a finance minister. So eventually it will be better. Once you become finance minister, your Parliament work may suffer. Okay. How do you strike that balance? No, I wanted to show this, and then if I have the election map that we did, then I will show a few things, because I wanted to show the importance of the regions. But what I wanted to say was that, you see, Sami,
we can use the
again, this is a controversial point, but please don't take me out of context. In my humble view, creation of the new regions was more a political gerrymandering response than a development response. And please don't take me out of context here. I do know that the people can say they deserve a region. But just like district assemblies, AMA's needs is not the same as Bulsa South needs. So the way you treat Bulsa South is not the same way you treat AMA. For example, AMA has property worth millions of dollars that you can tax from property and run the place. Bulsa South is mostly agricultural. So you can't treat Bulsa South and Accra as the same.
The same, no.
All right. In the same vein, Western North, Ahafo, Oti. You cannot, having Ashanti and say Greater Accra, do you understand, as units, if you put them on a scale, it's not even balancing.
No.
Population-wise,
no.
Resource-wise,
economy.
And you see, what I'm saying is that Ashanti has 47 constituencies, population of over 5 million people. So the weight of people in the region and the human resource they will have, if a government has to choose 2 ministers from here and then choose 1 from Ahafo, is it fair? Let's just think about it, okay? You have 47 constituencies here
in Ashanti
with 5 million people and a lot of NDC people here. Kojo Bonsu is here. Former Joseph John Akon, former minister, is there. Lots of them. You are forced to choose 2 for regional balance. Now you have Ahafo, which is 6 constituencies. Tano North, Tano South, Esunafi North, Esunafo South, Esunafi South. And you are forced to basically give half. Do you get my point? So what I'm trying to say is that Akufo-Addo's 2016 promise, yes, it was demand driven, but was it development oriented, or just because my argument is that the way we create districts in Ghana is not development focused, but is so. For example, if you create a new district as a local government minister, you necessarily have to create new constituencies. Do you know why? Because a constituency cannot be in 2 districts. So if Mr.
the Bandai,
Ahmed
Ibrahim,
who's a Christian, Church of Pentecost, if he decides to create 4 more districts, based on what he does, he will force the EC to create a constituency. Now, is Ahmed Ibrahim and Jean Mensa, are they playing on the same level in terms of what they are trying to achieve? And once you get a new constituency, you create a job and a bureaucracy. Now, that district is created. Is he creating it because it's a viable unit of development, or is creating it because he wants to satisfy some people? Does satisfying people result in development? We need to think about it. Now, everybody deserves a minister because, yes, he's from your hometown. It's fine. You're a country of 30 million people. You want to have the best for everybody. I think we need to think carefully about where we are going. When I met Muhammad join the media, president, I asked him that question. Will we keep creating new districts and therefore new constituencies and therefore new bureaucracies which are not viable? How long can we keep going? So you have new regions, new districts, new constituencies. I'm not sure we are going anywhere useful with that thing.
No.
I think the Constitution Review Committee should read carefully what the 2010 group said about local governance and listen to the more reasoned view of building this country on a development need basis, not on a demand-driven, I want to be.
Yeah.
Okay, let me sit down because I know if I continue to and say, something, so nobody should have a region. Yeah. So I'm just using that as an example. 47 constituencies, 6 constituencies, 2 ministers, 1 minister. 1 minister, 2 ministers, 1 minister, 3 ministers. 1, 3, 2, 2. This is what we have. So everybody, so you can put their faces on it. Everybody has their share.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the best people they could find from the region, which is nice. But we need to think more carefully about our needs as a society and where we want to go. And sometimes de-emphasize our difference. We are the same people. If we overemphasize our differences as a society, it doesn't help us. We need to emphasize what makes us the same. I know every region deserves to exist. So every region must exist. But I think we should leave it there. We shouldn't keep creating more. That's my humble view for now. Can I take my seat?
Sure, please do. Then I think I agree with you. The Constitutional Review Committee has been put up by the president should actually have a look at this.
Yeah.
I feel it's all part of the gerrymandering for political reasons, more rather than developmental reasons. And I think we should have a relook at it, a rethink of same. Because if you keep creating, if you create the region, the tendency that obviously will follow through is a district. Once there's a district, then there's a constituency.
Do you think everybody...
And because the politicians also benefit from it.
Exactly, and that's where the gerrymandering comes in.
But do you think everybody will be happy? So in terms of the people, the regions, would they all be cool for now?
No,
but you see,
will not be
exactly.
Happy.
Why do you want that representation? Why do you want that minister? At the end of the day, it's for development. For development. And if you do get it and the development doesn't come, is that satisfactory?
They feel the more the ministers, the more the development will come.
No, you see, this is the problem. It's about, I think there are 2 problems. The person is from my hometown and therefore I will have some benefit.
Yes.
He's close to the center of the port. So he's supposed to go there and do things. So I'll give you an example. Yesterday when Vivian interviewed Joe Gidisu said, Agboja may have challenges because when Gidisu was regional minister, people say, how come Eastern Corridor Road Minister? How come Eastern Corridor Road is still bad? How come the road from Sugakobe to Ho is in this bad state? You are from
the region. Yeah.
Do something about it. Now, Joe Gidisu says, my job is not to build roads for Volta. It's to build for everybody.
Yeah.
As soon as you start telling Gidisu that you are a Volta region person, we need more roads.
Yeah.
You are saying to Ashanti that,
you see.
So there should be a formula that whether Joe Gidisu is from Bunkurugu or Elembele or Sunyani, he applies, which we all have to agree on.
I agree.
Do you understand? So we cannot keep, and then number 2. Okay, he's from your region. So apart from the pride, so if everybody is going to develop their region, then security will be Eastern region because defense and Ashanti. All right, then the law will be Upper East because of.
So you have the best. Like you have the best security in the East.
I think the media should also
up north.
help people to know that the government can achieve a certain regional balance, but if you push it to its extreme, you are going to just satisfy and not optimize. All right. Now, do you know what's going to happen? There will people start clamoring for deputy ministerial roles because they will say, how come somebody has 3 and I have 2?
Exactly.
So make the deputy
balance it. You give me 2 and deputy ministers, but do they take into consideration the area and the resource? Something like a Greek and a Kopuku and where he's coming from, that a food basket, does it count?
So what I'll say is that the minority, who is now the majority, they explained that they try and get their caucus leadership to satisfy both sectoral competence and regional balance. So when they changed Haruna's group, you see how they did the allocation. Central, Volta, this and that. So if you look at the chairperson of the committees, they also spread it so that they know that eventually these guys can become ministers. So even if all your brains are from Ashanti as MPP, you have to think about Eastern, think about Central, think about Northern.
Western.
All right. Problem with MPP is that their concentration of talent is mostly Ashanti and Eastern. So NDC always has it easier to be inclusive than MPP. So for example, all NDC governments generally, you have a broader base.
Yeah.
Because MPP, look at Parliament. The 88 they have, 37 are in Ashanti.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
That's like 45%. And then another 23.
So imagine a Bawumia government having to appoint ministers.
No. So on that basis,
majority shouldn't necessarily come from the Ashanti region.
No, but from MPs.
No, on that basis,
Ashanti region has the highest number of MPs in
I'm saying
Parliament.
on that basis, NDC ab initio is more inclusive.
Very.
Generally, because the nature of their electoral strength is across the country.
Yeah, cuts across.
So do you understand what I'm saying? So regional balance is always harder to achieve under MPP because the material in the party are concentrated in 3 or so regions, which is not inclusive enough.
True.
And if you look at the appointments of Muhammad now, even people on his Constitutional Review Committee, I'm not even sure there are NDC people there.
No.
You get it? So I think we need to commend the inclusivity of the appointments. We have to be honest. If you look at H. Kwesi Prempeh, AC Ansa, Justice Adjinira, what's the name of the guy? Amidu Tanko. They are not even political people, not to talk of.
But hold on for me. And
I'm giving a general
overview. The report of the appointments committee on the first batch of ministers is ready. Parliament is debating it now. Let's take you to the floor of the House.
Requesting that explanation be given. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker,
yes,
I'm not sure where the honourable member was reading from, but the standing order he quoted, 97.3, actually is 2. If so desired by the person presenting the paper, a short explanatory statement may be made. I'm not going to 3. So the honourable member is completely out of order.
Yes, Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my respected colleague, who is the applicant in this matter, made an application. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kojo Oponkroma, Member of Parliament for Ofosu-Adjare, rose on his feet under Order 97.3 to make his application. In mounting his application, he relied on Order 97.3, and for the avoidance of doubt, I quote, "A short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon presentation." So he has requested. He rose on his feet to make an application. Mr. Speaker.
Leader, thank you very much. But at this juncture, I'll turn down the application. Kojo, let me turn your application down based on 2, that if so desired by the person presenting the paper. So if the person decided not to give, Honorable Kojo, Honorable Kojo.
If you kindly indulge me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once you have made a pronunciation...
Please, you cannot challenge the Speaker, and you must allow the Speaker to give you the chance to speak. The Speaker must allow you to speak.
That is what I'm requesting of the
Speaker. I have not
Speaker.
heard the Speaker.
Yeah, but that is what I'm
Honorable Leader, I've also not given you the chance to also speak.
That is what I'm requesting of the Speaker.
So, Kojo, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, please indulge me. Order 97.2 says that if the presenter of the paper so desires, then he may give a short explanatory statement. But 97.3 says that a member may request for that explanation. And where that request is made, Mr. Speaker, a short explanatory statement shall be made, not even may.
Well, well.
So I come under 97.3 with my request, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, well. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member for, is it Ayuribi?
Ofonsi Ayuribi.
Ofonsi Ayuribi is coming under Order 97.3. 2 and 3. 2 and 3.
It didn't come 2 and 3. He said Order 97.3.
97.3. But Mr. Speaker, we have passed the stage of Order 97. Order 97 is talking about the presentation of a paper. What he has done is not to present a paper. What he has done is to move for the adoption of a report. Is to move for the adoption of a report. He is not presenting a paper. I presented a paper. So at the point when I presented the paper, you could have then asked me, instead of just to present the paper, to give some explanation as to what was contained in the paper. So we've gone past there. We've gone past there. This one, he's moving for the adoption of a report. So let him move for the adoption of his report.
Yes. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the literalist interpretation approach to interpretation, Mr. Speaker, is not what operates today. This is a House of Parliament. We must be purposive in how we interpret our rules. We must be purposive. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not a time to litigate on matters of this nature. Mr. Speaker, it's early days. What is important is to ensure that ministers of state are approved to take charge of our ministries. The ministries are not for civil servants to manage. It's for political leaders with a political mandate to manage. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that would revisit laying of papers and presentation of reports. Mr. Speaker, are reports themselves, when you talk about reports, are they not the same items that are described as papers? The acting clerk may allow me to intervene for the applicant. The applicant would want to pick something. Mr. Speaker, the report, are they not the papers that have been laid? So the argument that the horses are bolted and there's an empty stable will not suffice. But, Mr. Speaker, we will not litigate this matter today.
Honorable members,
Right.
honorable members,
Right.
please. No, you haven't gotten. No. No. Honorable First Deputy Speaker, may you take your seat first.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable First Deputy Speaker, I have not given you the
Very well,
opportunity.
very well.
Honorable members, I believe the first-timers are monitoring. In the House, we deal with procedure. And what we are talking about is procedure for presenting papers. So, Honorable Kojo Oponkroma, I think you agree with us to move on. I've already ruled. So the motion has been moved. I'm looking for someone to second the motion. Yes.
Honorable Deputy Major, are you seconding the motion? No, if you are not seconding the motion, I'm not giving you the floor. I want someone who will second the motion. Yes, Honorable Afenyo, you may second the motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, please address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the chair of the committee. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the Right Honorable Speaker read to us this communication from His Excellency the President. At the time the communication got to this House, the one who signed it was the Secretary to Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, at the hearing, the matter was raised, and I must state for public records that His Excellency subsequently brought a letter signed by he himself, and that put that matter of constitutional procedure of a sort to a peaceful rest. Mr. Speaker, as contained in page 2 of this 48-page report, the committee requested for and received from National Intelligence Bureau a security report on the nominees. And I must say that all three reports proved favorable. We therefore proceeded to hear them. Mr. Speaker, first on our respected colleague, the Majority Leader, Dr. Kassiel Ato Ban Forson. He distinguished himself. The necessary questions were asked him. He explained to the best of his ability. Of course, there were clear commitments that our side, the minority, expected from him regarding some promises that his party made in its manifesto. These we expected him to have given us clear, straightforward answers. But, Mr. Speaker, he coming under the fact that he's not been to the ministry and there's the need for some consultations, was open in his answers. Mr. Speaker, this House will hold his feet to the fire by demanding answers from him, even as he assumes that high office. Mr. Speaker, we're also not too sure about his designation. The executive instrument establishing the ministry talked about Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning, whereas the letter to us referred to him as the Minister of Finance, designate. So I believe that that is a matter that has to be done because it's a constitutional matter that I believe that the President may have to look at. Mr. Speaker, this government has made a lot of promises that it is going to repeal some taxes at our ports. Those port taxes have still not been repealed, but I can understand because they don't have a Minister of Finance. We can understand that because they have not presented their first budget. But at least we expect them to make a public commitment. To make a public commitment that indeed, given the opportunity, they will walk the talk. Importers are anxious. They are expectant. They want to see taxes and levies reduced. They want to see taxes that you call obnoxious taxes repealed. You promise them great reliefs. Those importers are expectant. Mr. Speaker, the all-important support for the private sector, initiate the 1D1F. We asked the minister why, in opposition, he did not support the 1D1F. His views were to the effect that these exemptions, when given, are often abused. But, Mr. Speaker, merely saying that exemptions are abused is not enough. What is important is for government to put in place measures to ensure that those who benefit and use these benefits for the good of industry. Again, it appears that in opposition, he acted perhaps merely for the sake of politics. We still believe that the only way for this government to survive is to ensure a thriving private sector. Giving or granting exemption to the private sector is something that must happen. It must be done. You can't continue to overtax the private sector. I spoke about tax waivers yesterday. I will speak about tax waivers today, and I'll speak about it tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, they are talking about their so-called big push. The so-called big push was again re-echoed by my respected colleague Agnes Naa Momo. Again, we are holding him to the commitment he's made. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, he defined the 24-hour economy. All these months that they were talking about 24-hour economy, there was total confusion. He now says that the 24-hour economy is only going to look at the real sector of our economy. So we are looking at the manufacturing sector, the mining sector. He said so for the record, and he's been captured. If you read page 9 of the report, I have the 48-page report. I have it with me. And that is what he referred to, that the 24-hour economy is going to concentrate on the real sector. I am sure that if this concentration is done, yes, it's here. Funding government machinery. He said the implementation of exam. He's talked about it generally. Mr. Speaker, if they really implement the 24-hour economy, we will not be seeing desperate youth on our streets. We will not be seeing desperate youth invading people's company premises. We will not be seeing violence. We will not be seeing unemployment at high levels. So, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to the resetting agenda that my respected colleague talked about. But, Mr. Speaker, he's a member of this House, a fourth termer. He's distinguished himself, fifth termer, sorry, Honorable Amakofi, thank you. No, my senior. Yes, he's my senior, that's correct. Though we agreed to enter this chamber the same year, I was not fortunate. I lost my primaries by a single vote, and I had to go back to the assembly to go and contest again as an assemblyman and to become a presiding member and to catapult myself into the chamber 4 years after. So I agree. Atu is my senior in this chamber. That's fine. Mr. Speaker, I have absolute confidence in him that being a young man, he's 46, he served as a deputy minister. But what he told me during the inauguration, here was a young man who came into the chamber and was seated behind the pillar. Nobody saw him. Nobody recognized him. He didn't even qualify for leadership of committee. By the grace of God, industry and patience, he's gotten to where he's gotten to. I believe that Atu's rise to that high office should be an inspiration. And I tell him that he should not forget about that. If he falls, it will be the fall of the Ghanaian youth. Going to manage an economy is no joke. We can only pray for him, wish him well, pray that he works with a team there, consult more, and be firm in his own approach to things. It's not a very popular position to take in government. His party people will come after him. Other government ministers will be on him because everybody would be anxious to have a bite at the national cake. So he should be minded of the challenge ahead of him. Mr. Speaker, the next person, our own respected colleague, John Abdullahi Jinapo, who is going to the Energy Ministry. Mr. Speaker, I will rest my case on him as there are some more aspects in that area that I would not attempt to go there. There are people who are well versed in those energy-related issues, and I know that they are very anxious to make a meaningful contribution in that area. So I will skip him. Suffice to state that he is such an affable fellow. If we look at his family, his brother is with us. He distinguished himself. He is on the other side. And Ghanaians should watch this, that the politics we do should not divide a family. The politics we do, Mr. Speaker, I will pause here to remind the majority side. They are in government. They are no more in opposition.
Leader, just address me.
I'm addressing you, but
yes.
I'm reminding them. I'm reminding them that they are in government. If they want to be litigating, your government business will delay. We will have our say. Mr. Speaker, the Jinapo brothers have something to tell Ghanaians. Politics should not make you think to the extreme. Those of us here who, when it gets to politics, we forget that we are friends and we hit so hard, should learn from the Jinapo brothers. Those who, when it gets to electioneering period and they are sent to people's you see your life. Unacceptable, and they proceed, and when they finish, they'll come and pretend like they are brothers. Those who go to polling stations, collation centers to misconduct themselves, forgetting that we are in this together, learn from the Jinapo brothers. Those who lead tax to collation centers to insult, to threaten, yet they know they are members of parliament, should remember the Jinapo brothers represent the hope of this country. Learn from them. Mr. Speaker, that said, I shall rest my submissions by having a bite on the nominee, Dr. Dominic Akurutinga Ayeni. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman has earned the respect of this House. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I was on government side, leading government business, there were situations where, as a professional, he even departed from certain positions taken by his side. He got a lot of social media attacks on him, but he stood firm and he stood his ground. No wonder His Excellency, in looking for a formidable but moderate lawyer to mount that ministry, he found him worthy for that cause. He's made his name in the academia. In my early days of practice, there was one case I relied on to make my bail applications and to defend my client, the famous Tagore versus the Republic. Mr. Speaker, the Tagore case was a case that no lawyer wanted to venture. Tagore was jailed with others, and lawyers felt that it was a radioactive substance. This was a man who took the judgment of the High Court, read through it, and took up the appeal. I would encourage young lawyers and law students to go and read what Apau-J, as he then was, said of Dr. Ayeni, where my Lord Apesera said of Dr. Ayeni. He distinguished the law and set us on a new era of criminal jurisprudence. And that has enriched the law in the area of criminal justice. All these go to his credit. Mr. Speaker, when I was practicing in the area of financial crime, there were a lot of times that we clashed at the Supreme Court, but the beauty of the relationship was that when we left court, he, as Deputy Attorney General, came to me to even encourage me that I should continue. And that is the beauty of the game. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind him that going into that important ministry, we on this side of the house are watching him closely and keenly. There would be extremists, hardliners, who will be looking for the people's justice. He should remind them that Ghana is a country of rule of law. He should remind those extremists that due process is the only means to achieve an end. He should not allow people to be pushing him here and there. Mr. Speaker, let Hansard testify to this point I want to make. Once upon a time, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, was confronted with a situation where, indeed, those supposed culprits or suspects had really not done any wrong, but some omissions resulted in they having done some wrong against the state. I'm referring to the double salary situation. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo decided to pursue a path to bring down the temperature of the country. Many were those extremists in the MPP administration pushing the Akufo-Addo government to pursue the double salary and even jail them. I remember, as a member of his government, President Akufo-Addo said, to what would he gain if all these members of parliament are sent to court and are jailed? What will become of the politics of the country? This is my word of caution to my respected senior and the law professor. Pursue those who have committed a criminal wrong. No problem at all. But don't pursue political opponents. If somebody has wronged the state, has committed a crime, there's no problem. But do not allow anybody to push you to attack your political opponent. Mr. Speaker, 2013, 2014, I was on this side. Some of us, the lawyers, I remember myself and 3 other lawyers who were always doing our cases, were being chased. Today, file your tax. And they were having issues. They would send us to Yoko. I remember it took Dr. Ayeni to tell those adventurers, to tell those extremists, that these are MPs who are lawyers, don't invade their offices. I remember. There are always extremists. There are always extremists who will be chasing you, the Attorney General. Go after your opponent. Let us make getting into government attractive and getting out of government also attractive. Yes. Don't let us create an impression that we get into office only to focus on so-called political opponents. I'm coming to Ora. Mr. Speaker, that so-called committee claiming to be going after loot must be cautioned that that committee is unconstitutional and illegal. And I pray that my respected colleague, Dr. Ayeni, after taking office, will review the activities of this illegal, unconstitutional body, bring things to order, and allow the state institutions clothed with the mandate to investigate, to follow due process, investigate, and prosecute if necessary. The way this aura is going, it will not help the cause of our democracy. Today you are in government, tomorrow you will be in opposition. Do unto others as in all situations you wish them do unto you. If MPP side in government makes some mistakes, you know you don't have to continue that path. So leave above board and pursue justice for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I shall thank you for indulging me and rest my case and encourage members to support this report, which is by consensus. Thank you so much indeed.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Honorable members, let please be snappy with our contributions. I believe we agreed at the pre-sitting that we are going to have 5 members from each side.
Right on, Speaker.
Honorable Leader, I'm speaking.
Please. Before we proceed, I think that it has been agreed. We'll not argue about that, but we need to talk about it. Going forward, I think we need to revisit this number of people who speak. We have 187, including independent candidates, and quite frankly, 88 members. And so when it comes to debates, it must be proportional. And I think it's fair. I am not arguing about the agreement. But I'm saying that going forward, time immemorial, because of the numbers. Other than that, we'll have so many people who don't have. But I am not going back on the agreement that has been reached. I think it's very important that we say it.
Honorable members, please, let's have an order. The decision has already been taken at the pre-sitting. It has been agreed that 5 from each side. So Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, please. The decision has already been taken. So now we have the names here. We will begin with Honorable Lartey Ayaba. Hajia Ayaba. Honorable Member, you wouldn't go beyond 5 minutes. Just indulge me so that we can have this report concluded and attend to other business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but the title should come as Hajia. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all thank the Almighty Allah for bringing us to this level and thank the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for making these nominations to take up the mantle of governance in his government. Mr. Speaker, the first 3 people who have come to table are individuals whom I have known for at least not less than 12 years each, some of them more. Mr. Speaker, let me start with the person of Honorable Ofosu-Adjare. This is a person who has been so forceful in all his activities. He has never taken the issue of his personality to be something that he feels he may feel big or think that he is above others. His demeanor has been so encouraging. His knowledge of the subject matter is not questionable. He was the Deputy Minister of Finance, and he worked to the best of his knowledge. He did so well that we all saw the kinds of things that he did until the NDC then left government in 2016. I became so happy with Honorable Ofosu-Adjare and continued to watch him as we sat on your left side, Mr. Speaker, when he had this issue of being dragged to court. I had more confidence in him when one day I said, "Leader, this issue," he said, "Hajia, don't worry, it shall be well." And I said, "Inshallah, it shall be well." And it has been well. Mr. Speaker, this is the same man who has been nominated in the vetting committee. His responses left no stone unturned. He did so well. I just sat and watched him. And there was nothing I could say or think about than to wish him well, because I know he has that good knowledge. And I know he will deliver. All we need is for us to work and work well and ensure that he delivers for the good of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, from what I have said, you realize that his capability is not questionable. Scrapping of taxes. People have spoken and said time again, especially about the almighty e-levy. The e-levy doesn't only affect those that we think it's affecting, whereby maybe we those here do not care, but I can assure you that it affects us because there is time that your own constituents, in sending monies to their children or relatives, would complain to you about these taxes, which are, I will describe, a nuisance tax. It has been a big worry, and I'm so happy that he mentioned it and has reaffirmed the president's position that that tax will be scrapped. And I think that is a kudos to us of the NDC for thinking so well about the good of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, tax exemptions came to the table time and again. Many a times we had to go through the exemptions and ensure that we took out some of the items that were locally manufactured and yet were being brought and put amongst items that needed to be exempted. And that was very, very worrying. Most of the taxes we need to relook at and ensure that items, especially those that can be gotten locally, should never be part of any exemptions. Mr. Speaker, I will not be done on the issue of Honorable Atuforsen coming up to support and lead. When it came to these exemptions, when we had taxes that needed to be exempted, when even those factories were already in existence, we ensured that it never happened. And I believe that he is going to continue in that dimension. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't like to talk so much because I know you have already spoken about time and there are many others who are yet to come. Honorable Atuforsen, I wish you the best in your office, and I hope and pray that you are able to work and work as you have always been to the benefit of us all. Not only NDC, not only MPP, to all Ghanaians and to the world at large. Mr. Speaker, Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapo, who has been presented as the Minister-designate for the Ministry of Energy, is one anybody at all would like to interact with. He is so highly sociable, very lively, outgoing, a person who is always ready to share knowledge, always ready to listen. And he is so good in his area of study, such that when he gets up, when we were in opposition to talk about the energy sector, you had nothing else to do than to listen and listen carefully to him and learn from him. Mr. Speaker, during the vetting, you could hear the truth and nothing but the truth that he had to say. He knows it for himself that it is a sector that he shouldn't play with, and which he did. Mr. Speaker, immediately after the vetting, he had to come out to talk about the issue of some energy deficits and how there was the possibility of us having lights out, which we don't want to hear about. And when he was questioned, he said it and said it as it is. He wasn't saying it because maybe he was interested in just talking for himself or giving himself that accolade. No, he said it as it is. And he said and promised.
Honorable, hold on. Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
We have a report, a 48-page report.
Yes.
On 3 ministerial nominees.
Yes.
We have 25 members to contribute to the report.
Yeah.
The appointments committee has to go back and vet 2 other nominees. So I beg of you to please regulate the time so that members will have the opportunity to make their contribution to the motion. That's my pleasure.
Well noted. Honorable Lartey. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, let me also state that at the pre-sitting, it was agreed that a member should not speak more than 5 minutes. That was the limitation placed at a pre-sitting. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to go strictly by it so that we can go and continue our
So, Honorable Lartey, I think I pre-cautioned you and other members who will be speaking that 5 minutes will be allotted to each member. So, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate. I thought it was a point of order on what I was saying. I didn't know it was the issue of time. but I would let it go. With him, I can't talk much, or he will begin calling my name locally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Honorable Abdullah Jinapo, John, congratulations. I wish you all the best, and I hope that we continue to have the lights on. Mr. Speaker, my own brother, Honorable Dominic, has been one of the persons that I have always liked to talk to, and I go personally to discuss issues with him because of his demeanor. He is so diplomatic. He is such that he will go on to let you understand why he goes a particular tangent.
Honorable,
and
please wind up for me.
I wish him all the best. He knows what I am saying, and I know once he's been a deputy minister before, he's going to work better as a minister. My big brother, congratulations, and I wish you all the best, and take care of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let's remind ourselves the time, 5 minutes, please. It's not that we are cutting anybody short, but apart from this, we have other business that we will confront ourselves with. So please, let's respect the time. At times, it's not palatable to say, Honorable Member, your time is up, so please wind up or stop. But if I have to do that, I will do that, please. Yes. Honorable Member for Asante Achem Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to first congratulate the nominees. Honorable Dominic Aine is my classmate for 5 years at the Faculty of Law and the Law School. So I know him very well to be a man of his own word and of good integrity. Mr. Speaker, he's a very hard-working gentleman and a very brilliant young man. He's worked very hard to be where he is. When we came into politics, I thought he was not interested, but later he joined us, and he has been a good politician, having served at the ministry as a deputy minister before Ghanaians decided that he should go and rest. Mr. Speaker, I have worked with Honorable Jinapo, whom we call JJ, on Finance Committee, and I've always admired him as a young man for his background and the knowledge that he has in steering the affairs of the committee. Though sometimes mischievous, but we play with those things. And then finally, I would want to also congratulate specially Honorable Kesolato Forsin. He's a fine gentleman. He has taught us a lot of things at the Finance Committee, and he has always lived by his word. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that these three gentlemen that the President had selected, I have so much confidence in them. I can only say and advise that they should not disappoint us. They should live up to the confidence that we have in them in order that Ghanaians would benefit from the nominations that the President had made. With this, Mr. Speaker, I would want to again wish them all the best if they are given the nod in their new career. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we can all take cue with the time. Very snappy, and he was able to touch all the three. Indeed, he was a teacher. So it is now the turn for a member for Cape Coast South. Honorable members have been given a list, so I'm just going by the list. How will you know? Yes, Honorable Rickett.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion, item 10.3 on the other paper. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to first of all congratulate the three gentlemen, Honorable Dr. Casey Lartey, who is a minister designate for the Ministry of Finance, Honorable John Jinapo, who is going to the Ministry of Energy, and Dr. Honorable Dominic Ayeni, who is the minister designate for the Attorney General and the Ministry of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I think other veteran, Honorable Lartey distinguished himself very well. He said all that he needed to say as a minister who is yet about to go to the ministry. And he did promise to deliver the promises that His Excellency the President had made in terms of tax that we hope to repeal. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Lartey was at the Ministry of Finance as a deputy minister with myself over 8 years ago. He's been a ranking member of the Finance Committee for, I think, 6 or 7 years. So he's basically been following the Finance Ministry for at least over a decade. I have no doubt in my mind his ability to perform his duties as the minister in the times that we are in. And I wish him all the best, and I know that he will do well. We are all here to support him to make sure that he succeeds in this difficult economic climate that this country is seeing at the moment. Mr. Speaker, I'll move on to Honorable John Jinapo, a fine gentleman who is passionate about matters that involve energy. And I think he's followed energy matters for a very long time. I have no doubt in my mind that he is the right person to go to the ministry in these difficult times. With Dr. Dominic Ayeni, my good friend, congratulations. The interesting thing is that all three gentlemen here have previously been deputy ministers of the ministries that they are going. So it shows clearly the succession plan that the NDC has in terms of promotion of people to positions. So the places they are going are not new to them. And I know that they will do well. We pray and hope that we all support them to succeed. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable Boama.
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to sit at the veteran, so I'm yielding to Honorable Kwabena Ponkroma, if he's not on the list.
Kojo is on
so,
in the list.
Honorable Member for Takoradi, please.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion moved on the nominations of the President. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the first person we are interested in is Honorable Lartey, who is also a schoolmate, even though he was my junior. He's been a very good friend whilst we both came to Parliament. And I believe that the nomination is in the right direction. More so, when he has been a member of the Finance Committee for a very long time. and being a part of the NDC campaign. Mr. Speaker, if you take a lot of the pronouncements and the campaign promises made by the NDC, naturally, finance was a major part of it. It is therefore unfortunate when nominees like my friend Ato and others are asked direct questions on the promises. They tend to tell you that wait for them to show us their next budget. They tell us, wait, let's go to the ministry before we get the full view of the data. So the question I ask myself is that not downgrading our politics? That kind of attitude, is that not downgrading our politics? I believe that it's time that we politicians start making promises that we are sure about the data and how effectively we are going to implement it for the benefit of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, another area Honorable Atuforsen had made some suggestions which I believe are good and we need to encourage is the use of the taxes or some part of the taxes paid by the informal sector being used as pensions for themselves. I believe that is one area he has mentioned, and I implore him that as he gets the nod, you make sure that the implementation of these ideas are effected immediately so that we can formalize the informal sector. Mr. Speaker, the other area you had also mentioned had to do with the issue of value for money, the issues of investor confidence, issues of employment and entrepreneurship in particular. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of value for money, I believe that is one area we need to quickly look at in a very big way, especially the processes at the Ministry of Finance. In situations where loans are approved in Parliament, and sometimes it takes over 1 year before projects are implemented, goes a long way to affect the real value we deliver or get out of these projects. Mr. Speaker, we've had challenges in this country where we continue to do roads projects that are too expensive, and the value we get out of it over a period of time diminishes, are some of the issues I believe that they should also be looking at. On entrepreneurship, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest challenges we have in this country is the concept of all young people believing and thinking that after school, government will employ them. Mr. Speaker, that is one major difficulty that we've had as politicians. And I believe that investment in the area of private sector, small businesses, medium-scale businesses that Ghanaians can manage for the long term should be one area that government should be investing a lot of public funds, starting from now, to make sure that we can expand that area, use that to generate employment, and also use that to generate taxes for the country. On the issue of the nominee for Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, I've worked with Dr. Ayini on the subsidiary committee for the last 4 years. And he has shown to be a moderate. He has shown to believe in consensus. And he has always stood his grounds and admitted his mistake. And I believe that is one person that, quite frankly, we are all happy he's gotten this nomination. I believe that the House would also support and make sure that he becomes the next Attorney General to be able to do the work for Ghana. Last but not least, I'll talk about John Jinapo, JJ. I had worked with him on the transition at Energy Ministry, and I believe that since he has a lot of information and he has worked in that sector, all we are praying is that Dumso do not come back. All we are praying is that the fuel will flow as that happened in the last 7 years.
Thank you.
And with these few words, Mr. Speaker,
thank you very much.
I support this nomination to go to Saika Statwick. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's now turn to Honorable Xavier Sosu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the motion ably moved for the approval of the 3 nominees of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Atuforsen has shown extreme leadership in this House and shown in-depth knowledge in finance and national economy, which I believe makes his nomination one of the finest and one of the best. Mr. Speaker, it is often said that true leadership is revealed by adversity. Mr. Speaker, it would bear testimony to the fact that Dr. Atuforsen was one of the people who was politically targeted. And throughout last year, 2 years ago, he had to endure all manner of attack on his personality. He had to endure going to court while serving as a very, very firm voice of the opposition on the Finance Committee. And Mr. Speaker...
Honourable Member for Medina, hold on.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I must sound a caution. My friend said that Honorable Atuforsen was politically targeted. And I think this is not fair, and this is below the belt, to say that he was politically targeted. I think this must be expunged from the records. And because if he's asked to justify why he was politically or the circumstances of political target, I'm not sure the honorable member will be able to justify this. I'm grateful.
Thank you so much. Honorable Xavier, once you are also an officer of the court, I think you do us the honors and withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw that statement.
Thank you very much.
Restate that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Atuforsen was one of the members of Parliament last year that underwent all kinds of struggles, let me put it that way, in the face of delivering his work before this very House. But, Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that he distinguished himself. He was firm, he was principled, he stood his grounds to defend his position when it comes to matters of the economy. You recall how he led our side to fight fiercely against the e-levy. And, Mr. Speaker, what is good about Dr. Atuforsen is the fact that even now, at the vetting committee, he stood his position to say that definitely the NDC government is going to honor its promise by scraping off the e-levy and other taxes that he's always stood by. Mr. Speaker, Atuforsen represents some inspiration to young people because he's in his 40s and yet he's already distinguished himself, rising through the ranks to the highest pinnacle of becoming a finance minister. And Mr. Speaker, that is an inspiration to all of us, and I believe that he is definitely going to carry the people of Ghana through and honor all the promises that the NDC has made in its manifesto, particularly when it comes to youth employment. Mr. Speaker, our brother and friend John Jinakbo has also distinguished himself as a member of Parliament and also shown very excellent knowledge when it comes to the energy sector. And I believe that he's also going to do very well and be an answer to the energy challenges that we were plunged into by the former administration. Mr. Speaker, finally, Dr. Ayine was my lecturer and has been an inspiration to me in various ways. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that in the last Parliament, when I led some private bills like the abolition of the death penalty, Dr. Ayine played a key role in ensuring that we achieve that goal of abolishing the death penalty, criminalizing witchcraft accusation. Mr. Speaker, I would want to use this opportunity to urge Dr. Ayine that Ghana still has to sign the second optional protocol to the ICCPR and also work on removing the death penalty from the Armed Forces Act. And I hope that as he assumes this ministry, he will lead the way to make this happen. And most importantly, also work on the non-custodial sentences for petty crimes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish him the best, and I wish all of them the best, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It is now the turn of Dr. Gideon Buako. Doc, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the motion ably moved for the ministers.
Honorable member, may you speak up a bit?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise in appreciation of the opportunity you have given me to comment on the nominees whose reports have been brought before this House. Right Honorable Speaker, the ministers we are considering today, as has been said by one of us, have all served as deputy ministers in the respective ministries that they are going. And Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the government led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a government on a reset agenda, but these nominations indicate an upgrade from former deputy ministers to substantive ministers. It gives an indication that, indeed, it is good to upgrade in life as human beings. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Dr. KCL Atoforsen, who has been nominated to the prestigious office of the Finance Minister, is a distinguished personality. He served as a member of Parliament. He served on the Finance Committee. He's been a Deputy Minister for Finance before. So truly, his competence and experience in the ministry he's going to is not questionable. The Honorable Minister-designate came to the KNUST at the time I was a lecturer there at the business school for one of his programs. But Mr. Speaker, whilst we approve the Minister for Finance, it is important for me to note that he is going into that office to perform three main functions as any finance manager will perform. He's going to take investment decisions for the country, financing decisions for the country, and budgeting decisions. Mr. Speaker, it is important as a country, having one of us going to such ministries, to remind ourselves that we need to enter into contracts that the Ghanaian people will have value for money. Recently, His Excellency the President met the President of the African Development Bank and put before them initiatives and projects that the government wants to embark upon. Mr. Speaker, we have been on this curve before, and Ghana in the past have procured some loans for infrastructure projects, and most of these loans have come at exorbitant prices to the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I should like to remind the minister going for the finance minister that in the year 2015, the government of Ghana, through the African Development Bank, took a loan for the Terminal 3 project. That loan came with an interest of 8.5%, so high for the Ghanaian people. It took the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to renegotiate that interest down to 5%. Also, the initial loan agreement for the Temako-Sombo standard gauge railway project that was contracted by the NDC government that the Honorable Ofosu-Adjare was the deputy minister came with an interest of 6-month LIBOR plus 1.75%. Mr. Speaker, this was so high, and it took the government of the NPP to renegotiate this down to 6-month LIBOR plus 1.5%. Then again, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable,
if you look at the Pokuasi interchange.
Honorable Member, I believe you'll get time for you to debate some of these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just begin to wind up for me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that as the minister heads to the ministry to take financing decisions for the country, we must ensure that if we are going for loans, we go for cheaper loans. If we are procuring financing, we must ensure that the financing we are procuring are not coming at exorbitant prices to the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, in winding up, I want to comment briefly on the Honorable Minister for Energy, John Jinapo. Permit me, Mr. Speaker.
I give you 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, something that is of utmost interest to the Ghanaian people today is electricity tariffs. I wish to remind the minister that Ghanaian people will be very appreciative if he's able to work to reduce prices or the tariffs of electricity. And Mr. Speaker, just to support what I'm saying with this data, Ghanaians have gone through a lot. In 2009, there was no increase in electricity tariffs.
Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, in 2010, Ghanaians paid 10%. In 2011, 8.9%. In 2012, 7.4%. In 2013, 58%. In 2014, 28%. Mr. Speaker, in the heat of doomsday, we were paying 90%.
Honorable Member, thank you so much. You'll get the opportunity.
If you just oppose this.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, you'll get the opportunity one day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So that you can give up your. Thank you very much. Honorable members, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Leader, it's the first time.
I want to advise. I just want to advise my colleague. I understand that this is a very exciting time for you, and that's why we're indulging you. But please, when the Speaker asks you to wind up, please do so. It's very, very important. We work towards the Speaker, and so when he tells you to wind up, please do so.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable Ampemnyako Asujaman. Please.
Thank you.
Work around 5 minutes for me.
Mr. Speaker, I'll try to do less than 5 minutes. No. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the announcement of the nomination of these 3 honorable members, Honorable Dr. Ofosu-Adjare, Honorable John Jinapo, and Honorable Ayeni, was greeted by Ghanaians with a lot of excitement and approval. And in fact, it tells all of us that President Mahama has started getting things right. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there is one thing that is common about all these nominees, and it is the fact that they are all being nominated to ministries that they previously worked as deputy ministers. In fact, Dr. Ofosu-Adjare was Deputy Minister for Finance, John Jinapo was Deputy Minister for Energy, and Dr. Ayeni was Deputy Attorney General. And this tells us something, that if you are given an opportunity and you work hard, one day you will be recognized. Oh, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Opal-Kroma is harassing me. One day, you will be recognized and you will be elevated to higher heights. And so this is a lesson to
everybody that any opportunity that you get, no matter how small it is, work hard, and one day you will be rewarded. Mr. Speaker, their responses showed clearly that they are ready for the work, and they appreciate fully the task ahead of them. In fact, Dr. Ato-Forson stated clearly that he is going to walk the talk. President Mahama intends to walk the talk and to deliver on all the promises that he made to Ghanaians. I was so excited hearing him give assurance to the committee, through the committee to all Ghanaians, that in the next budget, Ghanaians will see the repeal of those taxes that we spoke against when we were in opposition. That e-levy will be abolished, that betting tax will be abolished, and others. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Ato-Forson made rather an ambitious promise that he aims to work hard to bring inflation down to 8% plus or minus 2. Knowing that inflation had risen to over 50% under the previous administration, it is quite refreshing to note that that is one of his targets, that he will bring down inflation to a single digit. We know that inflation came down to around 20-something%, but if that is one of the targets of Dr. Ato-Forson at the ministry, then it is very encouraging, and I believe all of us will work hard to support for the realization of this. Mr. Speaker, he explained the 24-hour economy, and contrary to what the leader said, that he said he's going to be only about the real sector, that was not his response. He said we will focus on the real sector. In fact, we, the NDC, have stated clearly that selected public institutions with large customers like DVLA, like the Harbour, like Passport Office, will all be under the 24-hour economy, and it will help create a lot of jobs for us. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Ayeni has demonstrated to the admiration of all of us in this House that he knows the subject, he knows law, and that when he worked at the Attorney General's office, he really learned, and he's going to bring that to bear in the execution of his duty. I admire Dr. Ayeni for one thing, that he is a very principled man. In fact, he took certain positions that were unpopular to those of us in his party, but he stood by them and said that with my background and everything, this is what I believe should be done. This is the man that is going to the Attorney General's department. And so when the minority leader was appealing that he shouldn't go and persecute political opponents and all that, I can assure him that the man going to this office is principled, and he will do his work very well. Finally, on Honorable Jinapo, he's my friend. If I don't mention him, it will be fair. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Jinapo, someone I have worked with on the Finance Committee, has also demonstrated that he is ready to help us solve the energy challenges. He said something about power purchasing agreements, and I was so happy with that response, because an erroneous impression has always been created that it was wrong for us to have take-or-pay clauses in power purchasing agreements. But he demonstrated that even succeeding governments after him signed about 6 agreements that also included take-or-pay clauses. Thank you very much. So I encourage all of us to approve these nominees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable John Darko.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity given to me to support the motion for the approval of the 3 nominees in the persons of Dr. Dominic Ayeni, and Honorable Kaisel Atuba Forsen, and Honorable John Jinapo. In the case of Honorable John Jinapo and Dr. Ayeni, I had the opportunity to put some few questions to them during the vetting, and I believe their answers to the questions are out there. I believe the jury is still out there on whether their answers were satisfactory or not. But Mr. Speaker, I did not get a chance to ask the Finance Minister nominee one or two questions that I had, and I want to bring that to the fore. Mr. Speaker, when the Finance Minister nominee, Honorable Dr. Atuba Forsen, appeared before the committee, he presented a CV which I went through. Mr. Speaker, when I went through the CV, I saw that the Honorable Finance Minister nominee has stated that he was once a director of a company called Protect Integrated Services Limited in the UK. Mr. Speaker, when I tried to search on the company, I realized that Honorable nominee's dates in which he claimed he was a director showed that he said he was a director from 2003 to 2005. The search at the UK's company registry, which is on the internet, shows that that company was actually set up in February 2005. I also realized that when you go through the company's record, Honorable Minister nominee's name wasn't there as a director, contrary to what he has stated on his CV. And then a search also showed that that company was liquidated sometime in 2009. I mean, this is going to be a Minister of Finance for the country. And I was wondering how somebody who is going to run our country will become a director, is going to run our finance ministry, was once a director of a company which has been folded up. And then the fact that the date in which he claimed he was a director clearly shows that he wasn't a director at the time. He was a director. The company was actually set up in 2005 when he said that he was a director in 2003 to 2005. So, Mr. Speaker, if it's a mistake, we would like to have the Honorable Minister nominee to come and clarify that.
Hold on. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the practice in the UK is that when you are going to start a business, initially you don't register it. There are few businesses that start as registered businesses. You start under a concept known as trading at. So you trade as a particular name and you do business until the business is well established to a point where you can now go and formally register that name as the business.
Mr. Speaker, no.
So he started trading as that name and worked for about 2 years, after which he then went and registered the company. The records are there. You don't understand the concept, you can Google it. Trading as. And you will see it, that is a very common practice that is encouraged in the UK. And so this business was conducted in the UK. And that is how it started. That is why at the point that you are talking about, it wasn't registered. But it actually was an existing business. Go and check. Just Google it. Google it on your phone. You will see that in the UK, it is a common and accepted practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well,
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Clarification.
You may conclude.
Mr. Speaker, very specific point of clarification.
No, I'm not giving you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, that's a clear misinformation to the House, Mr. Speaker, on UK company law and practice.
Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Let me give the opportunity to the chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it is observable from the fact that members get up without catching the eyes of the Speaker, then they will put on the microphone. Mr. Speaker, they have gone through an orientation. So this habit can no longer be entertained in this House. So once again, members should take note that by practice and convention in this House, you get up until you catch the eyes of the Speaker. You do not put on your microphone. It's not looking good. We've gone through the orientation exercise with them. So I don't want to see this reoccurring.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable John Darkon, you may continue.
Well, Honorable Speaker, so I was saying the company, the registered company that we know, which is the Protect Integrated Services Limited, was registered in 2005. I don't care what my learned colleague on the other side is saying, that you have to operate the company at a particular or for a particular period before it is registered. I think that it is inaccurate. What we are dealing with is a registered company, and that is what he has provided to this House and the people of Ghana, that he was a director of that company, Protect Integrated Services Limited, from 2003 to 2005. If it's a mistake, he should come to this House to come and correct it. This is a House of record. He is going to be the Minister for Finance, and it is important that some of these things are corrected. Mr. Speaker, on that I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. You take the last from the majority side, from Honorable Yusuf Suleimana.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that is before us this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the three gentlemen that have been nominated and vetted are really assets to this nation. Mr. Speaker, we all know Honorable Ofosu-Adjare. We are aware of his humility, somebody who is very focused, very diligent, and very knowledgeable. And this was demonstrated when he was vetted. His responses were apt. The Speaker, when he was asked on the issue of tax exemptions, he was clear that we should give tax exemptions to companies that really deserve this, and that we should be fair in giving out these tax exemptions. And that, for me, is something that we all have to take into consideration. And this is a person that needs to occupy this very important position so that he will demonstrate fairness and not be biased. Mr. Speaker, let me also touch on my own brother, my younger brother, Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapo, a young man with vision, a young man who has demonstrated competence, a young man very knowledgeable when it comes to energy and finance, a young man who is able to give us assurance that Dumso will be a thing of the past. We have just inherited Dumso, something that the John Mahama administration had worked to resolve. We inherited it from you. And this young gentleman gave us the hope that Dumso will not resurface in this country. And he has taken pragmatic steps to ensure that we don't sleep in darkness. You don't sleep in darkness. And so you should begin clapping for him. You should begin clapping for him. That the mess you have caused this young man
a visionary leader, has given us hope. And these are the kind of people that we expect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to put into very strategic positions like this. And so I call on you unanimously to approve these men of integrity so that the mess that we have inherited, they will be able to resolve that for us. Mr. Speaker, lastly, because I don't want to take so much time. Lastly, Honorable Dominic Ayeni. When the name is mentioned, people shiver. This is a man that we all know. His credibility level is high. You can compare him to other outgone attorney general and what have you. You can compare them and you see the difference. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dominic Ayeni, a lecturer, an experienced lawyer, and but some of us seated here are even his students. I can see some of them seated there and listening. This is a man who taught you, and you know his worth. And that's the man who's now coming to lead you when it comes to issues of law and issues of courts in this country. I think you should be clapping for Mama for giving you such a respected person that even in the international front, when he speaks, he brings credibility to Ghana. And so, once again, I want to call on you.
Thank you.
To rise up and give a unanimous approval to this young man to save us from the position that we have inherited.
Thank you.
God bless you all. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful.
Thank you. Lastly, we will listen to Honorable Kojo Nkrumah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the NDC has a knack for three wise men. When President Mills was in power, he had his three wise men. And President Mahama appears to have started off with his three wise men, our brothers who have been nominated and who have performed creditably when they appeared before the Appointments Committee. Dr. Ayeni was Deputy Attorney General when I was called to the bar. He actually handed me my qualified certificate of law. His track record is well known and well respected. We wish him well. He's not only going to be Attorney General, he's also going to be Minister responsible for justice. And Mr. Speaker, justice is a subject that across the country many people still look forward to. Court infrastructure, residences for magistrates and judges, the kind of budget that must go there, the availability of lawyers for legal aid to ensure that justice is done in the nooks and crannies of this country. These are things that we expect Dr. Ayeni, in addition to other functions, to pay attention to, and we wish him well. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable John Jinapo, our brother, is well versed in the subject of energy and finance. He has offered a lot of explanations about take or pay and things that have gone on in the past. Mr. Speaker, no matter the explanations you give, and I speak as a former member of cabinet, a few lessons that we can share with our colleagues. No matter the explanations that you give, what the people of Ghana are waiting for is that fuel prices don't go up, the electricity prices don't go up, the fuel is available at the pumps, that the lights don't go off. We wish our brother well, and we hope he delivers in that area. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Atuforsen spoke about four things that I want to briefly comment on. One was on raising revenue. The Honorable Dr. Atuforsen says that his target is to move tax to GDP ratio from 13% to about 18%. That's about 500 basis points. Mr. Speaker, 1% of GDP is about 10 billion Ghana cedis. So to move it from 13 to 18 is about 50 billion Ghana cedis. At a time when, as we have agreed across the political divide, some tax handles should be removed. E-levy, COVID, betting. E-levy and COVID alone, nothing less than 20 billion. So what he's promising us is that he's going to take away about 20 billion from the revenue handles, but still grow it by another 50. We are hoping that he will do that without introducing new taxes or renaming some of the taxes. And whatever he will do in that area, we will support him and help him. If it works well and Ghana moves to 18% of GDP. It works well for all of us. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about expenditure cuts and says that he's committed to it. On this side of the House, we had already advertised that we are looking forward to about a cut of 3% of GDP. So we'll be looking forward to the expenditure cuts that he will present in his first budget, and we'll help him to achieve it. However, Mr. Speaker, whatever cuts we do, we should ensure that quality of projects are not being sacrificed. We should expect that ongoing projects that are delivering value to Ghanaians are not sacrificed. Yesterday, the Honorable Agboja at his vetting mentioned that commitment on roads is about 100 billion. That means about 100 billion worth of road projects ongoing. These cuts, we are hoping, will not lead to a stop of the major critical road and other infrastructure projects across the country. Mr. Speaker, the third thing he spoke about, which I want to briefly comment on, is debt management. That under his administration, they will do better in debt management. At the same time, he's considering taking some more money from the IMF. That's not a grant. That's debt. What is that debt going to do? Worsen our debt situation or improve it? So, Mr. Speaker, we'll be looking forward to these things and helping our brother Ato to achieve those objectives. And finally, the respected minority leader drew attention to the fact that when the president issued the EI on the ministries, he said Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. But when he issued the communication to the speaker, he said Minister responsible for finance. We will urge our brother to avoid the trap of creating the impression that he is responsible for the economy. The minister responsible for fiscal policy, the minister responsible for finance, like my brother Ricketts knows, is a minister responsible for fiscal policy, not the whole economy. There are external economic developments that he doesn't have control over. There are things happening in the monetary policy space that he doesn't have control over. There are real sector economic issues in other areas that other ministers will be taking decisions and impacting the economy. He doesn't have control over that. So from our lessons, we wish them well. We will give them all the support that we can. If it works well for all of us. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, we will support the motion that our brothers be approved to take up their position. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed (13). Yes. Yes. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 11 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it is obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this Honourable House has adopted His Excellency the President's nomination of Honourable Dr. Kasil Atoba-Forson as Minister Designate for Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. Honourable John Abdullah Jinapo as Minister Designate for Ministry of Energy. And Honourable Dr. Dominic Akulintiga Ayini as Minister Designate for the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. Honourable members, on behalf of the House, I would like to extend our congratulations to our own brothers in this House, and we hope that they will make us proud. Yes. Honourable First Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. As the mover of the motion, I want to use the opportunity to thank the appointment committee and the entire House for adopting the report of the unanimous decision of the committee by consensus. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the nominee, I sincerely thank the entire House. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Leadership? Leadership? Yes.
Honorable Speaker, we intend to go and continue the vetting of the president nominees. And I think on that note, we will ask that you suspend the House for us to allow the appointment committee to do that work, and then we can come back with the second report. That was the agreement.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader. But are the reports not ready?
Speaker, I disagree with him. Respectfully, I disagree with him because we had conclave, and Speaker, two very important statements have been admitted, and it's important we allow members to read their statement. At this time, yes, it's important. They are equally important. Speaker, so you were not at conclave, and you admit that. You were not there. Good. So, Speaker, we should rather proceed to take item 8, after which we can decide on what next.
Honorable Speaker, indeed, that was the agreement. I wasn't there, but it's been agreed that there will be a statement taken and then 2 statements. Yes. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, let's turn to page 2. Page 2 in today's order paper. Page 2. Item listed 8, statements. The first statement is from our colleague from Suhum, Honorable Bequin Frank Asiedu.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let's hear you. I was going to talk about the topic, but I can't see the headings well, so you can go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to join my colleagues in congratulating you on your re-election as a Speaker for the 9th Parliament.
As second Deputy Speaker. Yes. Go on.
For the 4th Republic, and do welcome you back to the Speaker's chair. Mr. Speaker, permit me to also thank the illustrious sons and daughters of Suhum constituency for electing me into this August House, and I promise to serve them in dignity and in truth. Mr. Speaker, I am fortified by Orders 93 and 67 FF, and to thank you for the opportunity to highlight a matter of growing importance in global public health, namely the human metapneumovirus, HMPV, and how Ghana can strengthen its surveillance and preparedness efforts in response to this virus. HMPV is a respiratory virus known to cause symptoms often to the common cold, including a stuffy nose, cough, shortness of breath, sore throat, fever, and occasionally rash. While HMPV typically presents with mild illness, it can be more severe in young children, adults over 65 years, and individuals with weakened immune systems, which can result in mortality. It mirrors some of the symptoms we observe with COVID-19, underscoring why testing and proper diagnosis are essential. HMPV spreads primarily through respiratory droplets, via coughing, sneezing, and close physical contacts such as shaking hands, hugging, or kissing. It can also be transmitted by touching objects or surfaces contaminated by the virus, and then touching one's eyes, nose, or mouth. Recent data from the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention up to the 29th of December 2024 indicates notable increase in common acute respiratory infections, including those caused by seasonal influenza viruses, respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, and human metapneumovirus, HMPV. This trend serves as a warning sign for countries around the world to enhance surveillance and be ready to mount a time.
Welcome back to the studios. We've been bringing you a live coverage of the ministerial vetings, and just gone by, we've seen the approval by Parliament of the very first batch of ministerial nominees as appointed or nominated by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of Ghana. The first batch will include Dr. Cassiel Atuforsen, who is now, having been approved by Parliament, yet to be sworn in though, Minister for Finance designate. And then you had John Jinapor, Minister for Energy designate. And then there was a third one, which third appointment will be to the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, Dr. Dominic Ayene. So, I mean, Parliament has just gone through the approval process. I mean, the report of the Appointments Committee has been approved, and so subsequently it is for the President to swear them in. Per the reports, it was a unanimous, type of report.
And you could tell during their vetting that they impressed almost everybody present, including their colleagues, members of Parliament. And I didn't see any opposition on anybody raising any issue as far as, you know, approving their nomination was concerned. And so we saw it at the day of their vetting. Exceptional answers were given to the questions posed by committee members. And so you would expect that, you know, with the kind of, you know, answers they gave during the vetting, it will lead to their approval. And today we saw on the floor of the House how colleagues have, you know, collectively approved the nomination of these three members of Parliament who are also, you know, going to serve as various ministries as ministers. Well, Kojo Pronkoma gave some funny scenario where he called the three of them as the three wise men. Remember in the first era of the NDC under President Mill, there were some three key appointments, and he made a funny joke about how the NDC is following suit with the three wise men. So from here, as you mentioned, they'll be sworn in by the President, even though Parliament has approved them they are still not ministers. They are still ministers until the president swears them officially, sign the oath book and given the sort of office, they can't hold themselves as ministers. They can only parade themselves as ministers of state.
Right. And then during the approval process, I mean, obviously a unanimous decision by the appointments committee, but then of course members were invited to speak to the individual positions, and of course the individuals going to occupy these positions. I, for one, was impressed, especially with the first timers. You see the likes of Gideon Boako and others. They're making. I don't know if you made that observation as well and what you make of it.
I did. Well, this is our first time, and they are learning from their seniors. And so when you see your seniors doing certain things which are right, you obviously want to practice similar things. And I'm excited that this parliament is giving first-timers opportunity to speak and, you know, also to express their opinion. Just before we came on there, we saw a first-timer, Frank Bequin, MP for Suhun, you know, reading a statement on some new virus which is emanating from China, and called on what health authorities to ensure that we don't see a repetition of the COVID-19 pandemic as we saw in the year 2020 and 2021. And so giving first-timers opportunity to, you know, speak and express their mind is something good for the growth and development of Parliament. If you know, all the members of Parliament seated, both the old, today, the minister designated for local government told us how he came in like 17 years ago, in 2009. So everybody came in, you know, there was a time everybody came in as an individual, and it was there for a first time before all this year. So I'm excited that the first timers are given opportunity to speak, to express their mind, and I'm hoping that in the same way that first timers are given opportunity, in the appointment committee also, first time will be given more time to express themselves and ask more relevant.
I think we've seen some improvement from the very first session.
And as I said the last time, we learn from our mistakes. You know, we learn from previous events, from precedents. We learn from it, and I've seen this happening. Today's vetting has been pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Decorous.
Very, very decorous. Maybe others will say that because our opinion market is not around, we've seen it go well.
That might not be fair to him to limit it to just the opinion market.
That's what I've heard people say. You know, that's but it's been pretty cool. And as Bernard was saying earlier, these are colleagues. They've known themselves for a number of years. You know, they know the competences of their own colleagues, and so I'm not sure that is the time they want to put them to public ridicule. But then when the job needs to be done, when the hard questions need to be asked, we definitely need to ask these questions.
Well, talk about asking questions. The appointment committee will convene again. They have 2 more vetting sessions to go on. Agnes Naa Momo Lartey, who's heading to the Ministry for Gender, Children and Social Protection. And then we have Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare, who's going to trade, agribusiness and industry. We'll be bringing you those sessions right here on Channel 1 TV and, of course, on 97.3 City FM. But final thoughts before we wrap up this session while we wait for the appointments committee to reconvene.
Congratulations to the first 3 sets of ministers going to be sworn in by the president. They know their mandates. They know the expectations of Ghanaians. They should just go and deliver on the promises the NDC made to Ghanaians, why Ghanaians voted for them massively in the election. John Mahama alone cannot do it. The more reason why he's appointing ministers to help him execute, you know, this particular power given to him, or the mandate given to him by the good people of Ghana. So I expect the ministers to deliver, especially Ato. Expectations are high for him. A lot of promises the NDC made to do away with certain taxes. You should go ahead and fulfill these promises made to the Ghanaian people.
Very well. Thank you so much, Samiri Afeeleya. You heard from the host of the City Breakfast Show and host of Point of View here on Channel 1 TV, Bernard Avle. My name is Nana Ofosu-Adjare. Stay with us here on Channel 1 TV. We'll bring you proceedings of the Appointments Committee as and when they convene to vet the 2 other minister nominees scheduled for today. Have a good afternoon.
2025 is officially sold out. Thank you for your patronage. Now get ready for an unforgettable adventure with the Heritage Caravan 2025. We will experience a cultural revelation as we travel through 14 unique regions, each offering a deep dive into the nation's history, traditions, and natural beauty.
And he's coming this way, which means I have to start going away.
You have done half of the way. You have half more to go. How are you feeling? Okay, I'll never do this again.
From Sunday the 2nd of March to Sunday the 9th of March 2025. Pack your bags and let's set off on the road trip of a lifetime with an unmatched opportunity to explore landmarks, taste authentic Ghanaian cuisine, experience the art, to network and to connect with the people who make Ghana truly special. This is more than a tour. It's a chance to experience the soul of Ghana, to witness its growth and to create lasting memories. Follow all Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM social media handles for updates with the hashtag Heritage Caravan 2025.
We are chilling. Please, they have brought the cake to send us into the bathroom.
The Heritage Caravan 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV in partnership with the Ghana Tourism Authority, with support from 97.3 City FM, and proudly sponsored by the National Lottery Authority, Hollard Insurance, and Omni Basic Bank. Terms and conditions apply.
It's time to reset yourself and everything else around you for success in the new year. Tune in to the Effective Living Series 2025 this January on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. Start your year with insightful discussions and expert tips on personal growth, health, success, and more. From the 6th of January, join Apioko and Caleb Kuda engage our guests with various expertise on the Effective Living Series for a comprehensive guide to resetting your life in 2025.
This is the Effective Living Series 2025
on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. My name is Caleb Kudas.
My name is Apioko Sarah Mashong Abe. Apioko will suffice.
Week 1 kicks off with Personal Reset. Week 2 focuses on resetting your personal economy. Week 3 is all about resetting your health. Week 4, resetting business, calibrate, remodel, and rebuild. Catch the Effective Living Series live on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV, Monday through Thursday. Don't miss out on transforming your life for the better every week, only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. The Effective Living Series 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV.